Shall we pray, honorable members? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, shall we turn to item number 4 on today's order paper? That is correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. Let's begin with correction of votes. We start with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page number 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page number 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. And finally, page 15. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 18th sitting held yesterday, the Wednesday, 23rd February 2022, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, honourable members, my attention has just been drawn that yesterday 2 papers were late. However, the votes and proceedings did not capture that. So, table, please, I'm directing you to take note of that and address it. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, may you or may the clerks at table let us know which papers were late and they are not captured in the votes and proceedings, so that we may know those specific papers and we'll be able to praise them.
Can you finish me yesterday's? Yes, Honourable Deputy Whip, you'll be. Your request will be addressed in course of time. So let's move to official report. Official report of 10 February 2022 is available with all of us. 10 February 2022 official report. I take it again, 10th February 2022 official report is here with us. Yes, Honourable Member for Bori Bamboy.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, on column 86.
What page?
The third paragraph.
What page, Honourable?
I'm saying column 86 of the official report dated 10 February. And I'm saying that the last paragraph, the word uncertain in the second sentence is supposed to be certain. And with your permission, let me read it so that you get the right rendition. I am certain, having listened to him. That was what I said. So it shouldn't be uncertain. Thank you.
Table, please take note of that. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of 10 February 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minority Whip, you requested that we give you the actual report that was laid yesterday. If you take yesterday's order paper, item number 7, presentation of papers. 1, the A is annual report of the National Road Safety Authority, 2020. That report was laid yesterday. Then 2, that is B, request for parliamentary ratification of the charter establishing the Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank, TBD charter. That was also laid yesterday. Very well. Honorable members, we turn to item number 5. Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the House attention to the fact that today happens to be your birthday, and we all want to wish you the best of the day. May our good Lord continue to bless and guide you. May you enjoy it to the best. Happy, happy, happy birthday from all of us.
Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues on the other side for the House to wish you a very, very happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, how good it is to be celebrating your birthday and sitting in the chair of the Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana as a second Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
after becoming the cornerstone,
the wise book and the oldest book, Mr. Speaker, says that the stone that the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. Not just a stone. Mr. Speaker, may God bless you, and may you continue to be the chief cornerstone. We were told that come everywhere, wherever you see Apia Kubi, everybody be begging him. Mr. Speaker, we thank you, and may God be with you.
Amen.
Yes, Honorable Member for Saudai.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this privilege to wish you a happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, John Keats, that famous English poet, once wrote that it is by our own deeds and we mythologized. Mr. Speaker, today we are mythologizing you because of your good deeds. May you live well. May you grow from strength to strength.
Amen.
And may you be returned to Parliament for Formina.
Amen.
Mr. Speaker, on this note, I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We also want to add our voices to Honorable Banda to wish you a happy birthday, Mr. Speaker, and also to assure you of the party's support. The ruling party support that nominated you and made you the second speaker. May you live long, and may the party recognize your support for this caucus and get it back to Parliament. May the party, Mr. Speaker, may the party, the New Patriotic Party, recognize your support, your contribution to the caucus, and return you unopposed to run on the ticket of the MPP in 2020. God bless you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
let me also join colleagues in wishing you a very happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, you are the true definition of a rejected stone that has become a chief cornerstone. Mr. Speaker, may your enemies never see peace. Mr. Speaker, it is my prayer that you return to this house as a member of parliament once again in the next parliament as an independent candidate. Mr. Speaker, I wish you well.
Let me go to Techiman North.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to wish you a happy birthday. I know you for over 20 years, and I know the kind of person you are. You really deserve to be the second Deputy Speaker of this House. You have actually distinguished yourself in this House. We pray that the good Lord will continue to bless you and return you to this House anyhow. No matter how you come, we know you'll be level-headed and continue doing what you are doing. The sky is the limit for you. Happy birthday, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy for this day. I'm very happy that we are celebrating you today, and our friends on the other side are saying good and kind words about you. It tells me that you are a good person. You are somebody who is respected in this house and beyond. And I also want to put on record that at least I taught your wife when she was doing her master's degree. Mr. Speaker, from what they are saying, I'm praying that when you sit in the chair to cast your ballot, our friends wouldn't come after you. Because if they did that, then it will negate all the good things they are saying about you. And I'm sure that from what I'm seeing from them today, when it is time for us to vote on the levy based on your good deeds, Mr. Speaker, they will all vote in support. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that from what I'm seeing today, our friends will see you as a unifier and somebody who will lead us to ensure that this parliament progresses and this country also moves forward. May God bless you. May God continue to make you great. And may this day continue to bind us together and think more about Ghana. May this day bind us together for us to show more patriotism to advance the cause of this country. Long live Mr. Speaker. God bless you. And I hope that in the next parliament, you shall be here to continue your exploits and good deeds. God bless you. God bless our friends on the other side. And God bless us too. Thank you.
Well. Please, will you allow us to go? Okay,
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the occasion of your birthday, I wish you happy birthday. I pray that this day brings you energy, success, good health, and wisdom. Mr. Speaker, as you celebrate your birthday, I want to remind you about a proverb by the ancient Greeks, who says that beware of the Greeks when they offer you gifts. That's to say that God elevated you to this position, but once you make it with the majority groups, be very careful, because you were rejected 3 years ago, but through the grace of God, you are today occupying the high office of a second deputy speaker through the support of the minority side. Mr. Speaker, I pray that because we supported you, God will grant you the wisdom to continue to remain neutral.
And be independent always.
Independent always. So that you give good judgment as you have been doing. Mr. Speaker, beware of the grease when they offer you a gift. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I thank. Okay, you and me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish you a happy birthday. I know today you are celebrating your 56th birthday. And you are my junior brother. Mr. Speaker, the members from the majority side want to draw you into some problem by saying that they have nominated you to become the second deputy speaker. Mr. Speaker, our standing orders are clear that first and second deputy speaker shall not come from the same party. So by accepting that, they are drawing you into that party, and it will be a challenge for you. So Mr. Speaker, reject that one. They have not nominated you. You are not a member of the MPP. In fact, we nominated you. And it's better you accept our nomination than theirs, because theirs will draw you into trouble. Beware of that. Because the first and the second deputy speaker shall not come from the same party. So, Honorable Patrick Boma, don't draw the second deputy speaker to a problem. I wish you a happy birthday. Remain strong, remain the cornerstone, which was rejected, but now being whole like a baby. Mr. Speaker, this should be a lesson for some group of people in this house. I wish you well.
Mr. Speaker, to join my colleagues to wish you a happy birthday, only to add that life is a difficult journey, and sometimes you need to make difficult decisions, and you can make such difficult decisions that will actually alleviate you high or discover you. The fact that you went independent was as a result of tough decision our party took. And you also took a tough decision to go as independent. And because of these two tough decisions, that is the reason why you are the second deputy speaker today. If we had not been able to take such decisions, we wouldn't have discovered you as one of the best second deputy speakers we have today. I join my colleagues to tell you that at 56, you are playing your second half. Make good use of it. And you know that there is blood in you. And that blood, you know where it came from. I wish you happy birthday.
Honorable members, let me thank all of you for the well wishes and best blessings that has been bestowed on me. I'm so grateful to you. Incidentally, I don't celebrate birthdays. I've never done one before. So don't be surprised if you don't see me celebrating any birthday. I'm not. I was born exactly the day Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown. Yes. So today is 24th, and that's the day I was born. So I'm very grateful to all of you. So let's get back to business of the day. Item number 5. Item number 5. Item number 5. Do you have the Minister for Energy here?
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the Deputy Minister for Energy is here to answer the question on behalf of his minister.
Yes. Deputy Honorable Reku, may you take this seat. Honorable members, shall we invite the first person, Honorable Anodompre, a member for Nsewema Drojiri, to ask the minister his question.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to ask the question on behalf of my boss, the Chief Whip. Yes, he is.
He's in Afghanistan.
Anyway, you discussed the matter with me prior to sitting, so you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Minister of Energy, how much money has government paid in relation to independent power producers for the past 8 years, and what are the breakdowns and periods involved? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By the way, happy birthday, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the answer to that question is this. The payments made so far by Government of Ghana on behalf of the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited to independent power producers cover the period from 2016 to 2021, as at June 2021. The payments were made to both the IPPs and fuel suppliers on behalf of ECG. A total of 12,79,567,156 cedis 33 pesos was paid to the IPPs, whereas 4,366,383,302 cedis and 39 pesos to fuel suppliers as at end of second quarter 2021. This is summarized as follows. In 2026, government paid 343,206,500 cedis to the IPPs. 2017, government paid 1,072,452,401 cedis, 19 pesos, and then 2018 payment was 1,971,600,645 Ghana cedis, and 2019 was 2,751,406,551 cedis, 68 pesos, and in 2020 it shot up to 4,328,648,558 Ghana cedis, 46 pesos. And finally, in 2021, government paid on behalf of ECG to the IPPs 1,612,252,500 Ghana cedis exactly, making a total of 12,079,567,156 cedis and 33 pesos. In 2019, 2020, and 2021, government paid on behalf of ECG to the fuel suppliers the following: 1,840,884,332 cedis, 77 pesos. And in 2020, 1,597,000,000 103,969 cedis, 62 pesos, and finally in 2021, 928,397,000 Ghana cedis, making a total of 4,366,383,302 Ghana cedis, 39 pesos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable member, any supplementary question? Do you have any supplementary question? Anyway, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, before you come in, let me draw your attention to our standing orders 62. 62. It appears we take so much time on the questions. And yesterday we took almost 3 hours on question time. And we are not to actually exceed 1 hour of our time in questioning ministers. We can only do that on exceptional cases at the permission of the Speaker. But I'm just drawing your attention so that the follow-up questions, we see how to restrict ourselves to the follow-up questions. Yes, Honorable Member for Pro East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, because ECG couldn't pay, or whether government owed ECG and used part of this payment in the clearing up process, the clearinghouse process. And we also want him to tell me when the first IPP was signed in the Fourth Republic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Pro East, former Minister for Energy, don't you think it would be better for all of us to file a separate question about it? Because the question, it appears, is even more involving than the main question. So, respectfully, I'm urging that you file a separate question to the minister to come and answer those ones. Yes, Honorable Leader. No,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me find out from the Honorable Minister. Now, this payment made on behalf of the ECG, can the minister tell us the source of funding of this payment? Is it coming from the consolidated fund, or is there a special fund that from which the money was used to pay? Let's know the source.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, quite honestly, I can't stand here before this August House and give you a definitive answer. Suffice to say that government payments usually, as you know, come from consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister should be able to tell, is it a budgetary allocation approved by this House before the money was due from the consolidated fund to pay, or is coming from a special fund, ESLA or whatever? Just simple, please.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in all fairness to myself, I think this question should be directed to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Honorable Leader, so that is why I'm coming.
Mr. Speaker,
listen to me.
Mr. Speaker, I beg you.
Leader.
The Honorable Minister brought figures to us that they have paid this amount of money. Does he want to say that he doesn't know where he got the money from to pay? Where did he get the information from? Are you hiding information from the members of Parliament? You brought an answer to a question that you have paid 12 billion. What is the source of that money? And you say I should ask the Minister of Finance. Is the Minister of Finance that brought the answer to me? Please.
Well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can definitively tell this House, to the Honourable Leader, that this payment did not originate from the Ministry of Energy. It originated from Ministry of Finance. That is why I'm asking you to do the needful by filing a question to the Ministry of Finance to answer it. Thank you.
Very well. And the last supplementary question.
Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister, in submitting his answers to Parliament in Table 1, for instance, he says that for 2021, they paid 1.6 billion as at second quarter. And then in Table 2, there's also an indication that they paid 928 million as at the end of the second quarter. This is February 2022. Is the minister able to tell us how much has been paid for the remainder 2021 under Table 1, and then for the remainder for 2021 under Table 2? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the data that was available to us when we inquired from the Ministry of Finance is what we have brought to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we move to question number 303. Question number 303. That stands in the name of Honourable Dr. Clement Apak, a member for Busa South. Honourable, the Minister is available for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable, hold on. Yes, Honourable Member for Temale Central.
Thank you, Right Honourable
Is it Temale North?
Temale North.
Yes.
Yes, and I join colleagues in wishing you a happy birthday also. Thank you very much for recognizing. Mr. Speaker, you have given very good guidance on, for example, how long question time should last. I just thought that I should take advantage to seek your guidance on a related matter. Going through the standing orders, Mr. Speaker, questions are directed at ministers of state in line with our standing orders, or if there's a variation based on your powers. Thank you.
Honourable Member, you are right, but our practice has been that if the Minister of State responsible for the ministry is not available, unavoidably available, and for whatever reason the Deputy Minister is available, the leadership can confer. And if the consensus is there, we allow the Deputy Minister to answer. And I believe that is what has gone on. So, very well. So, Honourable Clement Apak, you may ask your question.
Happy birthday, Mr. Speaker. Seeing that I'm your neighbor in Job 600, it is mandatory that I also wish you a happy birthday. And although you have indicated that you will not celebrate, as your able neighbor, I will celebrate in your stead. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the following communities in the Busa South constituency will be connected to the national grid under SHEP 4 and 5. Nyambisa, Vundema, Kalasa, Bachonsa, Wupiensi, Doninga, Bachonsa Nyambisa, Bedema, Zeng. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Nyansa, Bundema, Kalasa, Bachingisa, Upiensa, Doninga, and Bedema Zeng, Basinja Nyambisa, form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing SHEP 4 Rural Electrification Program in the Mensah South District of the Upper East region. Mr. Speaker, a total of 248 high-voltage poles required for the communities have been supplied to the site. Conductor stringing of the high-voltage network have been completed at Vundema and Donjiga communities. The full complement of pole top accessories to allow for the execution of the installation works are yet to be supplied to the remaining communities. Mr. Speaker, 159 low-voltage poles required for the communities have been supplied and planted at site. Conductor stringing of the low-voltage network has been completed at Basanga, yeah, that's it. The remaining communities are yet to receive full complement of pole top accessories to commence installation works. The delay in the execution of the electrification project in the communities as a result of shortage of some key materials and equipment, including stay equipment, conductors, transformers, meters, etc. The ministry has taken delivery of some of the materials and will arrange for the release of same to for installation works to resume at site. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in the above-mentioned communities by the end of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the records, I noticed that one of my communities has been wrongly spelled in terms of his name. It's not Bachingsa, it's Bachongsa. B-A-C-H-O-N-G-S-A. Bachongsa. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the minister's response. However, the response he has given is somewhat at variance with what I know. As of November 2019, till date, we have not witnessed any activity in terms of connecting the said communities to the national grid. So I'm at a loss to the information that the minister has provided. Would the minister be a lot more clearer in indicating what he claims has been done within the context of the 5 contractors whom have been contracted to undertake SHEP 4 and 5 electrification in Asam?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the information I gave in answering that question is what we have, the ministry. If the honourable member wants me to give details as to where the materials that have so far been supplied, the number, the quantities that have gone to various communities, I will be able to give that. From that, what I have given is what we have at the ministry.
Very well. Okay, last one.
Last one. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the minister's response, and I'm willing to share with him the information available to me, including the names and the companies of the 5 contractors. So I will make that information available to him so that we get the details about what is going on the ground and what perhaps may have been communicated to him by the consultant overseeing the projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we move to question number 306. Question number 306. That stands in the name of a member for Bongo, Honorable Edward Bauer. Is Honorable Dwedawa around? We move to question number 315. Question number 315. That stands in the name of a member for Asam North, Honorable James Jachikwesin. Is Honorable member around? Honorable Kwesin, are you asking your question? Very well.
What's the other question? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Honorable Minister for Energy what steps the ministry is taking to connect the following communities in the Asam North constituency to the national grid: Canaan, Tatrin Kwanta, and Nkreja, Chekrom, Subinso, Junechu, Ayite, Gold Coast Camp, Krofo Frodo, Adau, Kwaku, Edu, and Abuja. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Canaan, Tatrem Panta, and Ninkraja, Chekrom, Subinso, Junache, Ayite, Gold Coast Camp, Krofo Fodu, Adawu Kwakwedu, and Abuja do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electrification program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kwesi, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honorable. I'd like to ask the Minister if and when the phase that these Asam North communities will be added on the list. I know he indicated that the work is being done on phases, but there must be a program for the ministry so that I could at least the timing, if he has any knowledge about that, in terms of how those deprived communities can get some electricity. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, did you get the question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the answer that I gave is to his earlier. I mean, it's the question that he just it's a rephrase of the original question. But I would like to make it quite clear to the honourable member that indeed we do compile lists as and when they come in, and when we have enough, we look for funding and set the project rolling. So this, like I said, have been captured, and it will form part of future projects that the ministry will initiate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We move to question number 318.
Right.
Honourable member, are you not satisfied?
No, I have another question.
Okay. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honourable. I appreciate the Honourable Minister's response, but in the last few months, just to bring it to his attention, the last few months, there was workmen deployed to those areas to do some measurements. And I would like to know if the ministry sent this, if they had deployed people for measurements or technicians to measure the distances involved in these communities, then I'm hoping that there is some plan of work in place, or at least future plan of work in place. He might think it's a rephrase of my question. It's absolutely not. The communities are feeling the need for it, because they're the ones that even connect the electricity corporation have come in to do some measurements. And I'd like to know if Honorable Minister is aware of that.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, records at the Ministry of Energy doesn't confirm what the Honorable Member is saying. If ECG has been to do some work, I cannot answer to that. But as far as the Ministry of Energy is concerned, it doesn't form part of any of our programs that are being rolled out as yet. And like I said, for the third time, they will form part of future project that will be initiated by the ministry. Thank you.
Very well. So we move to question number 318. 318 in a member for Nadoli Kaliu, Honorable Anthony Suma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, when will the following communities in Nadoli Kaliu district be connected to the national grid? Bodwori, Dadamba, and Gonle. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Bodori, Dadamba, and Nagoni, do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electricity program. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also draw the attention of the Honourable Member that our consultant in your area has informed us that there's some work that is going on, electrification project is going on in these communities, which has been initiated by the Northern Development Authority. We just learned that. So I don't know if you are aware.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister. In fact, I don't have any reason to doubt your source, but I was really taken aback when you said that these communities, there was no ongoing electrification projects in these communities. Because, for instance, regarding the Bodwori, what is just required now is meters for them to be connected. With that Damba, station dressing, that is a transformer and the related accessories, is what is left. In the case of Gonle, some households have the meters, others have not got the meters, others have not had the service dropping. So it's just the meters, transformer, and the service dropping for these communities to enable them have the electricity. So if it is now under Northern Development Authority, your ministry has no responsibility to providing the meters and the transformers for these communities. Is that the case?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like I said earlier, the communities mentioned, the three communities, really are not on our radar. Like I said again, the Northern Development Authority initiated the project that is ongoing. It has nothing to do with the ministry. So if it's meters and some transformers that are left to connect the good people of the area, then perhaps you should write into the ministry for us to see how best we can help to get the communities lit up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. I will follow up to the ministry so that we can get the rest of the accessories to have them connected. Thank you.
Very well. So we move to question number 319. Question number 319. That stands in the name of a member for Manson Kwanta, Honorable George Kwabena Obintechi. Honorable.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I ask the question on behalf of the Honorable Member who is on emergency assignment in this constituency?
I get the impression from the way you are even seeking the leave that he's not asking you to do that on his behalf. from the way you have approached,
Mr. Speaker, I have his authority. He called me this morning that I should do that on his behalf.
You know, I've said this over and over again. The first deputy whip asks the question on behalf of the first deputy whip, because the first deputy whip is not aware, is unavoidably absent from the jurisdiction of Ghana. He sought my permission before even entering the chamber. So that is how the standing orders require of us. Anyway, I will ask you to ask the question, but let's take note of that. It's not just in the chamber, then you say, I'm rising to ask question for or on behalf of a member. So let's take note of it. Let the presiding officer get to know of the unavoidably absence of a member whose question has been advertised on today's paper. So, honorable member for Tepa.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I take a cue from your admonition and advice. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when works on the electrification projects abandoned in the following communities will resume. Semenshia Krum, Fia Piase, Abum, Camp, Naihin, Berekon, Miaweni, and Apau Krum.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Semenshia Krum, Fia Piase, Abum, Camp, Berekon, Pechibanko, and Nanhi communities have been earmarked to benefit under the ministry's ongoing electrification projects being executed in the Volta, Eastern, Ashanti, Brong Ahafo, and Western regions by China International Water and Electric Corporation, CWA. Although the project started, it has encountered challenges in the release of funds from the side of the Chinese government. The two governments are working assiduously to allow for continuation of works as soon as possible. Miaweni and Apau communities do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phase of electrification program, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
On behalf of the member.
There's no supplementary question from the honorable member. I thank the minister so much.
Well, honorable members, return to question number 5580. A member for Sene West, Honorable Chumesi Kwame Ampofo. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when electricity will be extended to the following communities in the Sene West constituency: Kulage, Gobu, Santa, Agege, Kojoboikra, Ahari, Besaga, Prosa, Kukukwasi, Alegele, Kukujato, Asampaneye, and Sosi. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Kulege, Gobu, Santa, Agege, Kwajoboikra, Ahari, Besage, Kurasa, Koku Kwesi, Alegali, Bakpa, Kukujato, Asempaneye, and Sosi communities do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of electrification program, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable member for Sene West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the minister, when will the subsequent phases of the electrification program will be commenced? Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the honourable member was in the chamber when I was asked a question of honourable member for Asam North. It's the same. We compiled we just drawn our attention. You know, thousands of communities that don't have electricity. So you draw our attention. We've made note of it, and as and when we get funding to start new projects, we will, come to Senate and make good electricity to your people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your last supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities such as Kulege, Gobu, Santa, Agege, and the rest are all around Tatobato. Tatobato and some communities are already connected to the national grid, which already have high tension poles, transmission lines, and transformers. Based on these, can the communities be connected to the national grid before the subsequent phases of the program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a legitimate question, and we will have a look at it if it can be done as easy as you are a suggestion before the next program of the ministry. Thank you.
Very well. We move to question number 5A2. Question number 5A2. That stands the name of Honorable Peter Yaka, a member for Amenfi Central. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me also add my voice to wish you a happy birthday. I believe you remember the very good times we had together, especially when your people rejected you. I was very close to you, and the many discussions we had. I hope I will let Mr. Speaker remember that pass me not, O gentle Savior, hear my humble cry, because when you were down, I was a pillar for you.
Under the builders rejected.
Yes. So let's get to my question. I would like to ask the Minister of Energy, what plans has he got to connect the following towns and villages in my constituency to the national grid? Atonsu, Kwabakrum, Jabuase, Abum, Kremokrum, Agave, Donkokrum, Kweje Krum, Usudapa, Yausabin, Mensah, Niamanso Menfi, Mensah, Niawatrim, and Asam Krum. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Atonsu, Kwabakrum, Jabuase, Abum, Kremokrum, Agave, Donkokrum, Kweje Bom, Ousudapa, Yausabin, Mensah, Niamanso Menfi, Mensah, Niawatrim, and Asarikrum do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electrification program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kwache, any supplementary question?
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I would like to let the Minister know that there are some communities in my constituency which were almost given electricity by the H.Y. Mahama administration, almost complete, about 80% completed. And these towns are Fuleso, Brigum, Anobil, Dankwa, Rajidum, Asasitre, Kojoya, and several others, which have not been completed. And again, the Minister in his answer said that the communities I asked have not been on the radar. I would like to know if the reason is that the total rejection of their MP to the obnoxious, insensitive, and distasteful yield levy is the cause of the total rejection of the community? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe some of the communities that were mentioned by the Honorable Member are actually not part of the questions that was posed to the Ministry this morning. So please, if you want me to answer any question as opposed to those communities, I will respectfully ask you to ask a question on those communities. But as far as these communities that have been mentioned here are concerned, yes, they are being captured now that you brought them to our attention, and they will form part of the subsequent programs that the Ministry will embark on. Thank you.
Very well. We move to question.
Last one, please, Mr.
Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you very much. I think I just wanted to know the reason why the other communities have been abandoned and the new ones also don't form part of your plans. But never mind. I would like to know if the minister can appeal to the powers that be, take a little money to carry out these works in my constituency, because they are mainly cocoa producing areas, and if they can appeal to the president to maybe sacrifice a little bit of his extravagant and luxurious travel and save some money for these communities which actually do the work for us to be able to have this light. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Why do you want to invite unnecessary in your questions? Anyway, the question is rejected. Don't worry. So we move to question number 594. 594. That stands the name of a member for Wasa East. Wasa East. Honorable Mensah. Honorable, let's hear you.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the stalled rural electrification project SHEP in the following communities in the Wasa East District of the Western region will resume. I, Ewiadasu 1, Ewiadasu 2, and Ewiadasu 3. Aprofi, Amankasiase, IV, Asatrase, V, Kremokrom, VI, Bosmasi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Awiadasu, Aprofi, and Asatrase communities in the Wasa East constituency have been earmarked to benefit under the Ministry's ongoing electrification projects being executed by China Water and Electric Corporation. In the Volta Eastern Ashanti Brong Ahafo, that's Bono East Ahafo, and Western Regions projects. Works in these beneficiary communities are yet to commence. The project is expected to be completed by the end of 2022. Kramokrom and Bosomase communities do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electrification programs, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Mensah, any further question?
Yes, I do. There is a question for the Minister. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would respectfully ask the Minister to be kind enough to give us an indication as to when these projects will commence. Because right now we know when it is going to be completed. If you don't start, when will you know it's going to end? So if you could be kind, at least to give us a timeline or a space within which this will start, because the communities are supposed to be in readiness for the contractors, clearance of the area, preparing food and so forth. So will you be kind to let us know when it's going to start? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. In answering to the Honorable's question, I mentioned that the company that has been selected to do the project is China Water. And an earlier question, I mentioned that there has been some challenges with the release of funds from the side of the Chinese government, which the two governments are working very hard to resolve the issue. So as soon as the challenges are solved, I am sure that they will come to site and complete the job. China Water normally are very fast. I'm just waiting for the funds to come in and then the work will commence. Thank you very much.
Yes, Isaac. Any further questions?
Exactly, sir. Right on the speaker. My understanding is that they are still going through the challenges of getting funding for China Water. But are we assured, or is the Minister assuring us that by the end of 2022, this project will end or will be completed, please?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I was very reluctant when I was mentioning the completion date as end of 2022. It's very much dependent on the negotiation that is going on between the two governments. But as soon as the impasse is cleared, we will come to site. That much I can promise you. But as to the end of 2022, I withdraw it. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mensah, you may jump to question number 595. That stands in your name again. Question number 595.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can still bring my question back. That's fine. Most grateful, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the stalled rural electrification project SHEP in the following communities in the Wasa East District of the Western Region will resume. I, Patachumso, I, Ifak 1 and 2, I, Wantakara, IV, Bethlehem, V, Musunkwa, VI, Yamibachere, VII, Ahumakuamwa. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Pachawonsu, Bethlehem, Musunkwa, Yamibachere, and Ahumka Kumwa communities in the Wasa East constituency have been earmarked for the ministry's ongoing electrification projects being executed by China Water and Electric Corporation in the Vulture, Eastern Ashanti, Brong-Ahafo, and Western regions. Works in these beneficiary communities are yet to commence. The project is expected to be completed as soon as the impasse between the two governments are resolved. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. AFAD 1 and 2 and Wantakra communities do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electrification program. Thank you.
Isaac, any supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, a bit of history. In 2016, when the SHEP project commenced, about 20 communities, including Kramokrom, Wantakara, Ifak 1 and Ifak 2, and Busmasi, were definitely informed that we were going to be considered under the program. So in 2021 and 2020, it came up that the project has been suspended. At that time, Wedley Lemon, one of the companies well known in rural electrification, was a company that was scheduled to do the work. Now in 2020, in the first quarter, there was a letter that came from the ministry, City Minister for Energy, now standing in for the minister, that this project was going to start in August, September. And so all these communities were notified, and we were happy that something was going to happen, and indeed nothing happened. Now that I'm asking this question on the floor, these communities are out. Now, in that letter, 15 communities, excluding these 4 communities, were notified as going to have the project started and commenced and completed. Now, the minister is saying that these communities who have initially been notified and that they are in preparation and waiting for their turn are not covered in the new contract, in the new project with China Water. In the past project with Well-Limon, they were. So if the minister would be benevolent, would be kind, to confirm that these people, as have already been notified, will be considered in the next stage. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, they will be considered. Thank you.
Well. So, honorable members, then we turn to question number 604. 604. Honorable Deputy Whip, were you also asked to ask this question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
So I rise to ask the Minister of Energy the significance of the Pwalugu multi-purpose irrigation dam project to the people of the Upper East region, and what is the status of work done since its approval in 2020? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Pwalugu multi-purpose irrigation dam has 2 main components. That is the power and irrigation components being jointly implemented by the Ministry of Energy and Ministries of Food and Agriculture. The hydropower component is being managed by the Ministry of Energy, whereas the irrigation component is by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. The project, when completed, will provide enormous benefits to the people of Upper East as well as the entire northern region. The key amongst these benefits are as follows, Mr. Speaker. Number 1 is flood mitigation efforts. Heavy rainfall in the White Volta catchment, coupled with spilling from the Bagri Dam, causes heavy flooding in the Upper East and Northeast regions and results in damage to property and loss of life. Information from the National Disaster Management Organization indicate that a total of about 69,468 people were affected, with 19 deaths, as well as about 27,902 acres of farmland being affected. The Pwalugu multi-purpose dam, when constructed, will provide a permanent solution to this very problem. Number 2, support to government flagship programs. The Pwalugu multi-purpose dam and irrigation project will underpin a number of government's flagship programs, such as Planting for Food and Jobs and One District, One Factory, and provide enormous benefits to the people in the northern regions. It will lead to the revival of the Pwalugu tomato factory, as well as the full utilization of the Avnash rice mill, among others. At full production, the Avnash rice mill is expected to produce 500 tons of rice a year. Other similar factories are expected to be established to provide well-paying jobs, as well as contribute to improving the economy of the northern Ghana. The Pwalugu multi-purpose dam and irrigation project will benefit about 32,000 farmers, as well as over 200,000 transporters, aggregators, agricultural services providers, among others. Number 3 benefit, Mr. Speaker, is the improvement in power supply quality in the northern Ghana. The Pwalugu Dam will also generate about 60 megawatts of hydropower and improve the quality of supply to the northern part of Ghana and enable increased export of power to Burkina Faso. In addition, there is a solar component of 50 megawatts of solar power plant. The status as of now, under the hydropower component, the VRA has already completed all the necessary preparatory activities, such as the environmental impact assessment, the land survey, land valuation, resettlement action plan, and acquisition of the requisite permits. The EPC contractor has since mobilized some of its major construction equipment and facilities to the site, such as the concrete batching plant and quarrying plant. Contractors are scheduled to start the construction of access roads and bridges, as well as camp equipped with water and power supply facilities. The Ministry of Energy is liaising with the Ministry of Finance for release of funds to start construction works on the hydropower dam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Anyway, this is a general question, so I may allow follow-up questions from any member. Yes, honorable member for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask the Minister for Energy. The status, because the question was on the status. As of 2 years ago, the story was that you were still trying to construct the access route to the project site. As we speak now, beyond just the commissioning that was done, the cutting of salt that was done when the president went there, there's no activity there. So where is the contractor as we speak? Where is the contractor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, there has been funding challenges. And like I said in the answer to the question, that the Ministry of Energy is liaising with the Finance Ministry to try and get the funds released for the work to start. That is the situation we are encountering right now. It's a question of funding.
Very well. Yes, are you also up to ask question? Anyway, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister, what is the contract sum for this project? And so far, how much money has been disbursed? Thank you.
Honorable member, respectfully, I may not admit this question. File a separate question for. Yes? Very well. So we'll move to question number. Are you also asking question? Very well, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In the response of the Minister on page 24 of the order paper, the second line, the Pwalugu, may I quote with your permission, Mr. Speaker? The Pwalugu multipurpose irrigation dam has two main components. That is the power and irrigation components. Mr. Speaker, just for the records, the Finance Minister, in presenting the 2021 and 2022 budgets, informed this House that the dam, the multipurpose dam, has three components. Today, the Minister of Energy is reducing it to two components. And in the budget statement, we are told that the first component is flood control. Second component is power supply. And then irrigation control. Irrigation project. That's the third component. Mr. Speaker, may I find out if the components have reduced to two for the records of this House? Thank you.
I don't think the component has reduced. I don't think.
Mr.
Anyway,
Speaker.
Yeah. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if we may all develop the rules, you may have those concerns, but when it comes to supplementary question, you are anchoring it on the answer he has provided. So if there are some disparities or you have some other documents, it is not for him to specifically answer in accord with what you think you have. Perhaps I would urge, honorable member, with the greatest respect, specific question yourself in respect of some other document you have cited. I think that is the best way to proceed. Mr. Speaker, let me read order 67. Let me read order 67. Let me read Order 67. But, Mr. Speaker, let me go straight to 69. As soon as a question is answered in the House, any member beginning with the member who asked the question may, without notice, ask a supplementary question, further elucidating any matter of fact regarding which the answer has been given. But a supplementary question, if...
Leader, let's listen to him. Afterwards, you will be given the opportunity to, you also have a contrary view. You'll be given. So, Leader, let's hear you.
For me, I took my time to learn the rules.
Oh, Leader.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying I took my time to learn the rules. And I'm guided by the rules. Me, I'm talking for myself. I can speak for matters that I know. Yes.
So, Leader, please go on.
You have to learn. Mr. Speaker, I read again. As soon as a question is answered in the House, any member beginning with the member who asked the question may, without notice, ask a supplementary question, further elucidation of any matter of fact regarding which the answer has been given. But a supplementary question must not be used to introduce a matter included in the original question. Mr. Speaker, simply put, the Honorable Deputy Minister has given an answer, the content of which a supplementary question must emanate. If you have some other document, some other information given by some other ministry, my view is you may, guided by this, you may be relying on this to now seek clarification from that minister, which will be an entirely new question. But you cannot use supplementary question to attack the deputy minister and say that somebody says something else, so he should answer something that he is not privy to. Mr. Speaker, this is simply the import of Order 69. Whichever document you have, Mr. Speaker, other than that, we can never make progress in this House. Somebody will rise and say, I had some document, and what do you say to this document? But these are not his words. The document you are relying on is not a document that he has procured or has brought before this House. He's not answering in accord with those documents. So, Mr. Speaker, let's make progress.
Well.
Mr. Speaker, I completely disagree with my colleague. Mr. Speaker, the same order that he quoted, Order 69, says that as soon as a question is answered in the House, any member beginning with the member who asks a question may without notice ask a supplementary question, further elucidation of any matter of facts, regarding which the answer has been given. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Minister gave answer to a question, and in that answer he gave, he provided facts which is at variance with the information before this House in the budget statement. If the member is asking for further elucidation to confirm if what he's saying as two objectives of that project, which is at variance with what the Minister of Finance said in the budget statement as having three, to explain further, that cannot be saying is introducing a new conclusion. He is not. It's for the minister to say, no, now the project is for two objectives, power and irrigation, and that will clarify the matter. So I think that we should allow the minister to respond to the question asked by the member.
But I think we are all singing the same hymn. Because the honorable member was just trying to find out whether the earlier components, which according to him was 3, has been reduced to 2. But my understanding from him, irrigation and dam is almost the same thing. You create a dam, then you deduce, you get irrigation from the dam and power. So is it not the same 3? Anyway, Minister, what I'm saying is that irrigation and dam is almost the same thing. You get a dam, then you can. So, Minister, can you say something to us? Because my understanding is once you get a dam, you can do the irrigation out of it. And
exactly, Mr. Speaker. The dam gives rise to the irrigation and the power plant. That's all. Simplicity. In any case, I will do more checks and come back to the House if need be to answer it. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, we say number 761. Honourable member for Suhum, are you around? Honourable Kuja Sante, you are not around. And I believe nobody has been tasked to ask the question on his behalf. So we move to question.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I had an engagement with my respected colleague. And, Mr. Speaker, his instructions were that I should take your lead to proceed on the question numbered 761. Which is constituents are anxious to hear an answer.
Honorable Leader, yes. Leave granted. Go ahead.
I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy why it is so difficult to secure household electricity meters in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the institutions involved in the release of energy meters are the Ministry of Energy under the National Electrification Scheme and the utilities, ECG and NETCO. Under the National Electrification Scheme, meters are of charge when the electrification projects are completed. However, customers are supposed to pay a fee for certification of their installation works by certified electrical wiring inspectors. Following the completion of the works, the projects are handed to the utilities for operation and maintenance. Any expansion works and requests for meters after the completion of the electrification works are sent to the utilities for consideration subject to payment of the applicable fees. On the other hand, electrification projects undertaken by the utilities in the peri-urban and urban areas go through the following procedures for release of meters. 1. The certification of applicant's premises by the certified electrical wiring inspector. 2. The buying, filling and tendering of application form. 3. The estimation of relevant costs of service connection. 4. Payment for service connection. And finally, the release and installation of meters. With availability of meters, the installation of the meter is supposed to be done within 1 week and even within 24 hours in some cases. The Ministry's attention has been drawn to the delays in the release of meters by the utilities and is working with the latter to ensure that the unnecessary bureaucracies are curtailed and the provision of adequate funding in their budget for the procurement of the needed quantities of meters for the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have the leave to ask supplementary questions?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, it's consequential, sir.
Okay.
I rely on your first leave, sir.
Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, he said the ministers are given for free, but you pay a fee for installation. So, my My question is, what steps are you taking to ensure that those who do the installation do not take advantage of the ordinary Ghanaian?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a point of correction. The meters are not all the time given for free. They are given for free when rural electrification project or electrification project comes to an end, is complete. Then, as part of the project, meters are given out. But citizens or people in the affected community pay a little fee to the installers who are certified by the Energy Commission for the sake of safety purposes, so that we don't have any unneeded fire breakouts in the various communities. They have a certain bands within which to charge. They cannot charge arbitrarily. So that protects citizens from being unduly charged exorbitant amounts. So the Energy Commission handles that part of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that securing meters into newly built homes in Ghana is very, very difficult. The question, very, very difficult. I agree with you that when a new ratification project is done, meters are distributed freely. But when they are being extended, or when they are being extended to newly developed communities, it sometimes takes 4, 3, 5 months for homeowners to secure meters. And very, very expensive. What is the ministry doing about this situation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think I answered that question. And for the sake of the honorable member, I'll repeat what I said. The ministry's attention has been drawn to the delays in the release of meters by the utilities, and is working with the utilities to ensure that the unnecessary bureaucracies are curtailed and the provision we have met. We met, the ministry has met with the utilities, as I was saying, as a fact. And also the power meter manufacturing companies within the country, we've met with them, and funds are being sought to procure more and to eliminate the bureaucracies in the system.
Today, I reminded you this morning that question time should not go beyond 1 hour. So we have managed the time. If you are not careful, you will have a substantive question to ask. You don't know. Let him give it to who is it? Who West? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't around, but I heard you celebrated your birthday today. So happy birthday. Mr. Minister, Deputy Minister, you stated that the meters are for free. Not all the time. The meters are for free. That's what you stated. But fees are paid to certified electricians. What I want to know from you, whether you have a standard fees or electricians, certified electricians charge any amount at all.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot actually give the figure as to how much is being charged, but there are guidelines that has been put out by the Energy Commission. And again, point of correction, the meters are not all the time given for free. They are given for free when we complete a project, electrification project in specific communities. We give a break of allowance of about 5 months, within which you can wire your property for the meter to be given. So unfortunately, people will wait for a year and then put in application for free meters. That will be an unending supply of meters. So there's a cutoff point after which we do not supply for free. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Don't give it to your senior. So the last question, Honorable Member for Bomo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, I need some clarification. All meters, irrespective of whether they are in a project or they are maybe it's an extension, are supposed to be for free. And that's why even on it, it is written as the property of the utility. It is the service charge that is, and even your own answer, even to get that, what you are asking for at the various stages, connection fee, other things, which was released recently. So my question to you directly is, have you changed your policy of selling meters? Because meters are always supposed to be free. It is the service charge, which ECG reviewed just on the 1st of February. That is always charged, but not the, the meter itself. Have you changed your policy?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
No, Minister, thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. No, the policy has not been changed. What we refer to as fee is a requisite amount that is charged by the utilities. Anybody who goes to any utility, whether ECG or NETCO for meter, you are charged a prescribed fee. That is what we call the payments, inverted commas, for meters. But meters that are given without the requisite payment are those that are given to communities that we've completed rural electrification, for example, and we give out for free without the requisite payment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We move to question number 818. 818, that stands the name of Honorable Abdullahi Abanga, member for Binduli.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy, when the electrification projects under the Shed 4 program in the following communities in my beloved Binduri constituency will be completed: Zago Bankanga Extension, Atuba Moknori, Atuba Avosin, Tansier Bugrin, Atuba Main Town. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Zago Bankago Extension, Atuba Mognori, Atuba Avoise, Kansia Bugrin, Zigo Kolnatinga, and Atuba Main Town form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing Shed 4 rural electrification project in the Binduri district of the Upper East region. The high voltage poles are yet to be supplied to site to allow for works in the communities to commence. Mr. Speaker, 110 out of 540 low voltage poles required for the communities have been supplied and planted at site. Conductor stringing has been completed at Kansia, Bugrin, Zigo, Kolnatinga. The full complement of pole-top accessories to allow for execution of installation works in Zigo, Zago Bankoga Extension, Atuba Mognori, Atuba Avoise, and Atuba Main Town communities are yet to be supplied. The delays in the execution of the electrification project in the communities are as a result of the shortage of some key materials, including stay equipment, conductors, transformers, meters, etc. The ministry has taken delivery of some of these materials and arranged for release of same for installation works to resume at site. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in the above-mentioned communities by end of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Abanga, any further question?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm really hoping that, as promised by the Minister, by the end of this year, the people of these communities will enjoy the electrification project. Thank you.
Very well. So you get up again and ask the follow-up substantive question on the same page, question number 819.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again to ask a similar question to the Minister for Energy when the electrification projects under the Shed 4 program in the following communities in the Binduri district of the Upper East region will be completed: Tinogo, Goti Salaga, Ninsaku, and Narasang. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, question 819.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Tinogo, Gotisaliga, Ninsako, and Narasun communities form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing Shed 4 rural electrification project in the Binduri district of the Upper East region. 90 out of 103 high voltage poles required for the communities have been supplied and planted. High voltage installation works have been completed with transformer substation at 80% completion status at Narasun community. 553 out of 869 low voltage poles required for the communities have been supplied and planted at site. Conductor stringing of the low voltage network is ongoing at Tinogo, Ninsako, and Narasun communities. The delays in the execution of the electrification project in the communities are as a result of the shortage of some key materials, including poles, conductors, transformers, meters, etc. The ministry has taken delivery of some of the materials and will arrange for release of same for installation works to resume at site. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in the above-mentioned communities by end of the year, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Banga, do you have any further questions?
No, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the responses. I think I've seen signs of contractors back on site and they are working. So I'm sure that by the end of the year, the people of Binduri in these communities will enjoy the electricity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honorable members, let's turn to page 3. Page 3, question number 306. 306. That stands in the name of a member for Bongo, Honorable Edward Bauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the rural electrification projects in the following communities in the Bongo district would be completed: Borgo, Apuongo, Yekine, Biobuki, Kansingo, Saporo, Atampintin, Apatanga, Akuyor, Soy, Agomo, Bomuzui, Akundo, Ayopia, Sikabi, and Abogubisi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Borigo, Pavogo, Yekini, Boiboki, Kangingo, Sapporo, Atimpinten, Apatanga, Akuyo, Soy, Agomo, Bongo, Su, Akandu, Ayopia, Akagi, and Selka BC and Aboko BC form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing Shed 4 rural electrification project in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. High voltage network and substation works have been completed in Bongo Su. Low voltage network as well as the customer service connections are ongoing. High voltage and low voltage networks have been completed and transformers installed in Apatanga and Ayupia Akagi. Meter installation works are being carried out in these communities. A total of 136 high voltage poles required for the Borigo, Apawongo, Yekini, Bio, Boki, and Sapporo Soy and Akundu communities have been supplied to site. Most of the required pole top materials have been supplied with 136 of these poles planted and 31 strung with conductors. 330 low voltage poles required for the project for Borigo, Apawongo, Yekini, Bioboki, Sapporo, Soy, and Akundu communities have been supplied with and planted. Most of the pole top accessories required for the communities have been supplied to site, with stringing ongoing in Apawongo and Yekini. Sikabisi and Abokobisi are yet to receive materials for both high tension and low voltage works to commence. The rest of the communities, namely Atampinting and Akulio, were part of the tanker ship Phase 1 project. The contractor was not able to complete the works because the project ran out of funds. The outstanding works are to be completed under a new contract package. The delays in the execution of the electrification project in the above communities are as a result of shortage of some key materials, including poles, steel, wooden blocks, conductors, and the rest. The ministry has taken delivery of some of these materials and will arrange for the release of same for installation works to resume at site. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in the above-mentioned communities by end of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Adrian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In your response, Mr. Minister, you indicated that Agomo, Sikabisi, and then Abokobisi are yet to receive materials for both the HT and LV works to commence. My question to you is that when are they going to receive these materials?
Mr. Huen.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I cannot give specific date when the materials are going to be sent to the communities, but the ministry, like I said, have taken delivery of same, and there are a lot of places that these materials have to be sent, and I am sure as and when it gets to the time of the honorable members' communities, they will be sent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On your last but one paragraph, that's page 21, you indicate that Atampinting Akuruyoy were part of the Tangasha project that ran out of funds. And you indicate in your response that a new contract is yet to be signed. Because I realize that all these communities have mentioned, they are supposed to finish the works by end of year. That's what your last paragraph indicates. My question to you is that the new contract for these two communities, has it been signed, or has the contract been awarded to a contractor?
Yes.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't actually be sure. I cannot say for sure whether the contracts have been signed. Suffice to say that they've been earmarked to be repackaged for a new contractor to complete the works in these two communities. I will liaise with you and give you the actual information as to whether the contract has been signed or when it will be signed. Thank you very much.
Finally.
Mr. Speaker, I realize that almost every question here, the minister is saying, I don't know, I'll do this, I'll do that.
Honorable Edward, ask your question.
No, the reason why I'm making this point is that that's the meat of the question. And I'm not getting answers to them. But my last question to you is that, as we speak, the other communities that you talk about, that they are supplying things, they are supplying materials and other things, I can assure you that the contractors are not on site. So when are they going to be on site? They are not on site.
What will you do to bring them?
Minister is saying the contractor has not started.
My question was just that when are they coming on site? Because they are not on site.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they are not on site because the materials are not there. Simplicity. They will come to site as and when the materials are delivered. Thank you.
Well. Honourable members, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank the Deputy Minister for Energy, Honourable Rickwell, for attending upon the House to answer 14 separate questions from members. Honourable members, we thank you, we are grateful to you, and you are hereby discharged. Yes. Honourable leaders, are we going to statements? Yes, leader, may I hear you?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, rightly so. But the minority leader has signaled that he has something to say in respect to your birthday.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I have to indulge you. I will not be here when you go to commencement of public business. But I mentioned this matter to Speaker that I wanted to invoke Order 72 to raise a matter of urgent public importance, which is to call on the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister for Interior, Minister for Finance, to work together to take urgent steps to ensure the safety of Ghanaian students in Ukraine and to work towards the immediate evacuation of Ghanaian students, those studying in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, this we must do to assure the students and their parents that they are Ghanaian and they deserve our support. So it's a matter of urgent public importance. I'm indulging you that we raise this matter because the Minister of Finance must make money readily available to the Foreign Minister. We do know the number of Ghanaian students in Ukraine, quite a number studying medicine, probably some even sponsored by members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the situation in Ukraine is very worrying. We won't go into the diplomatic matters related to Ukraine for now until we are guided what Ghana's foreign policy position would be on that matter. But given the situation of a near war, a hot war in Ukraine, and Russia not yielding to the diplomatic maneuvers of the West, particularly that led by the French President Macron and even many other heads of state. But Mr. Speaker, whilst I'm at it, I won't be here. I understand that today is your birthday. Even though times in Formina are not the best for you, but I wish you the very best. As you observe your birthday, those of you who are sponsoring terrorists against Second Deputy Speaker in the Formina constituency are hereby warned to allow him to have the sanity of mind to serve Ghana in the high duty of Second Deputy Speaker in supporting Speaker Alban Bagbo. So, Mr. Speaker, happy birthday. I wish you well and your family. God grant you good health and long life. You are a gentleman of a few of a kind. So, to those who are sponsoring the terrorists in the name of the new patriotic party in Formina, Mr. Speaker, I pray that they shy away. This is not the best birthday gift you can give, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader, may I hear you? Oh, leader, before you come in, is there anybody who wants to comment on the Ukraine issue? Is there any member who wants to pass a comment? on the statement Minority Leader raised. So let me hear member for Buakwa South.
Honorable Speaker, it's gratifying to know that sometimes we can converge on one point as a people, and that is very good. I'm very, very excited about the fact that if we have a scenario in which Ghanaians are endangered, it becomes a national issue. And I pray to God that we should have such common purposes most of the time. That is the essence of having a very vibrant parliament. Honorable Speaker, we can't be sure the way the matters are escalating in Ukraine. If you pay regard to what America is saying, and then what Putin himself is saying, and the rest of the world, the safety of our people cannot be guaranteed. In these circumstances, I can only say that you don't have to play lottery with their lives, because we don't trust the next military maneuver that is going to come from the Russian leader. And our best bet is that it is good to be educated, but not to die prematurely or to be hurt prematurely. Let's bring them to the place of safety, and when our life returns to normalcy, they could always go back. I heard one student crying seriously that even it is difficult to go for classes. They've told them that they won't have lectures anymore. If that is the state of affairs, why should they be there? Because the teachers are afraid, they wouldn't want to go into classrooms. So I think my good brother has sounded something positive for this nation, and those who have the wherewithal to ensure that they come to safety to mobilize and bring them to our dear country. This is a little contribution I want to add to what leader just said. I'm grateful to you.
Yes, Honorable Angelina, but I will leave the seat for the Speaker to come and take over. So.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The situation in Ukraine is beginning to be a bad one. I had a call from my niece this morning that they didn't even have food to eat, especially those in Kiev. And so if the government will mobilize to have our students or our children brought home as soon as possible, that will help us. They are trying to move to other cities that are not close to Kiev, but they cannot even get transport means to get back to those other cities outside, far away from Kiev. So what the leader said, or the issue he raised, is an important one that we all have to start, or our leadership will have to start working on.
Yes, Honourable Member, continue.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My statement before I sat down was that there is the need for all Ghanaian students in Ukraine to be brought home, and this should be done as soon as possible. On that note, we can appeal to the two leaders in the House to take this matter as a project and work on it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the Honourable Minority Leader for the statement. Mr. Speaker, I think that the point that I wanted to make on this very important statement on this
pending crisis has to do with the possibility of energy crisis in the world. And how, as a country, we will prepare to ensure that we take steps to address the potential increases in crude prices and gas prices, and how do we protect our economy. Mr. Speaker, it's very, very important that we take note of that. If you recall, Mr. Speaker, every time there has been such crisis, crude prices will go up. And for developing countries like Ghana, its impact on our economy is always very great. And so I think that this crisis, while it is destabilizing, what is really critical for us is that we look at the consequences for us in terms of its impact on our economy and take the corrective steps to ensure that we can really protect and have energy security that indeed is very critical for our long-term economic development. So, Speaker, thank you for the statement.
Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first, I think the position taken by the minority leader on all fours was well-founded. We must care about our own citizens in Ukraine, considering what is happening there. I believe government is monitoring the situation and the appropriate steps will be taken to ensure the safety of our people who are particularly studying there. But I have my own view on this matter, which I believe members would agree to, that when somebody coughs, another person sitting somewhere catches cold. There's no doubt on my mind that just as COVID disrupted the world economy, this war is also disrupting the world economy and affecting developing nations like Ghana. Already, Mr. Speaker, the unemployment situation is something that is a burden on us as a country. Ghanaians are worried about fuel prices. They go to the pump and it's unbearable. And we are having this escalation, which is also leading to high prices of crude. Mr. Speaker, not the least is even our currency. Because now, Mr. Speaker, Ghanaian traders are living in a state of uncertainty. So people are trying to change their cedi into forex. You are ordering products from Ukraine, Eastern Europe, and even in Europe. There's general uncertainty. We depend on a lot of imports. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a time for us as a country to have a new approach to our politics, because everything will end in this chamber. That is why I'm happy the Honorable Minority Leader, the little time he had, he raised this important matter. It is a huge issue, and politicians on both sides, whether MPP, NDC, this is not a time for partisan politics. This is a time to work together, because it's a whole crisis that will not be limited to the people of Ifutu, but those at Elembele will go through the same crisis. Those at Garu will go through the same crisis. Those at Keta will go through the same crisis. Those at Jomoro will go through the same crisis. Everywhere. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a call on us to rise up as patriots, to think about new ways. As a businessman, I am worried, I am concerned, knowing that the value chain is going to be affected. Imports would cost, duties will cost. And if you look at what is happening to the cedi, now dollar is moving around a certain figure. Yes, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, unless members do not want to appreciate the text of the statement made by Honorable Harun Idrisu. The Honorable Harun Idrisu said he was raising an issue of urgent public importance. And my contribution, my comments, are squarely in line with those concerns. And in doing so, I must bring to the attention of the House the reality. This is not politics. This is not NDC or MPP. This is about an international catastrophe which is affecting Mother Ghana. And the need for us to take away the politics and now have a new way of thinking to support our government. Because, Mr. Speaker, the call to evacuate Ghanaian citizens from Ukraine will come at a cost. No European country will evacuate our citizens for us. No Ghanaians, no European country. NATO will not do that. America will not do that. There is going to be pressure on the limited resources that we have. And as a nation, Ghanaian businesses who are supposed to do well to pay taxes, they are going to suffer. Their businesses will not do well the way they expect. Their projections will be affected. That is the reality. And I must bring this to the attention of all of us, so that any policy that will be brought will be seen in that light. Of course, Honorable Minority Leader, you've not spoken into Deputy Minority Leader, you've not spoken into the mic. But if you're talking about e-levy, this is the more important reason why we even need it. You are saying you've not spoken into the mic. But if you are talking about the e-levy, that was the next point I was going to get to. That we should congregate around it and find a way of generating revenue as a country to save the situation, because we are not in normal times. Harun Idrisu couldn't have raised this matter at a better time than now. He couldn't have raised this issue at a better time than now. This is a patriotic call from him, and I agree with him. Honorable Harun Idrisu, a patriot, a Ghanaian who is looking at the reality, has brought to our attention this important international issue. We don't live in isolation. We live within the ECOWAS bloc. We live within the AU bloc. We are a member of the UN. We are part of the world economy. And I'm saying that our economy is being affected, will be affected, and we should look at the reality. Businesses will be affected. I am a businessman. I know what is happening. Lawyers will be affected. Entrepreneurs are going to suffer because of this Ukraine situation. Many of our compatriots import from Ukraine and Eastern Europe and Western Europe. Import will be obstructed. Booking vessels will not be like they're supposed to be. Government revenue at our port will be affected. We should know. That is why Honorable Harun Idrisu brought this to our attention. Mr. Speaker, and I would say, with all these, we should now look at an innovative way that in this crisis, how we can generate revenue to sustain social intervention programs as a country. Mr. Speaker, I am the pro-tem leader of the House. If you don't want me to speak on your behalf, yes, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Majority Leader, I think enough is enough.
Take a cue.
We've heard you.
Mr. Speaker, I take a cue and I take a back.
And clear.
Very well.
Make sure you don't take away what you said with your later intervention. So, as a man of experience, I will let you stop there. Then we can move on.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you.
Yes.
And say God bless you.
Thank you too.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Harun Idrisu congratulated your deputy on his birthday. And we had agreed that I will also say some few words. So I've moved away from the other 72 issues you raised.
Which of my deputies?
Mr. Speaker, not the other one.
Not the prodigal
No,
son.
Mr. Speaker, these are your words.
So then you add your voice to what?
It is so, Mr. Speaker, with your leave. Mr. Speaker,
yes,
I can only
granted, please.
say things with your leave.
Granted.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to congratulate him on this great day. I don't believe in birthdays though, but I think it's a day for us to reflect that the Lord Almighty has given us a new day. It comes with wisdom and we learn more. So, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate him. He has demonstrated fortitude. I know in his first term he went through crisis. I mean, politics in our own backyard can be rough, but he survived it. And I know he will survive. We need him. He's a true gentleman. He represents a true gentleman, and we all know that, considering his posture in the House. I wish him well. Mr. Speaker, when you were the leader of the House, I recall you advocated against reckless heckling. And Mr. Speaker, I can tolerate heckling because I must tolerate heckling. But Mr. Speaker, it is getting to the level that, Mr. Speaker, you described in 2015 as reckless heckling.
I am in control.
Mr. Speaker, I know.
And I took it that you were making some of these statements in a very light manner. And so I actually did not take what they were doing as heckling, but just contributing to liven the House. I'm aware you've been sitting for some time, and from time to time you need to throw in some of this humor so that members can use it to relax and distress and continue with the business. That's why I allowed it. But you may conclude now.
Mr. Speaker, they were doing it too much, especially when some of them are my juniors. Mr. Speaker, many of them doing that are my juniors, and they should know monkeys play by sizes. What is their number on the floor? Mr. Speaker, you are number 3. On this floor, Mr. Speaker, I am number 2. And Mr. Speaker, for the time being, I'm the acting number 1. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
That was the purpose of what I did by referring to my number. You recall that there was tension on the floor when the majority leader was engaging me in a debate, and there was tension, and members were like, oh, what is happening? So I decided to diffuse the tension by throwing in that jab, which at least silenced him. And I think it took off the steam, and then, yeah, proper jab. And I think the House then, from then, went on smoothly. So from time to time, it is allowed to come in with such humor for the business to liven. The people outside may not understand it, but those of us who are here, who are experienced, who know what happens here, please take advantage of it. It's good. Because, you know, we don't have any other brothers and sisters apart from ourselves. And whether you like it or not, you just didn't come here on your own volition. There's a divine intervention that brought all of us here. And we are the people to keep each other until we leave. And we expect that when we leave the world, we are the people to gather to make sure that we have a fitting departure. That is why every weekend, as I sit, I sent delegations to the funerals of all former members of parliament. And I made contribution towards that. It's not easy, but that is how the family, the parliamentary family is. In spite of our differences, political and whatever, we are still brothers and sisters. We should continue in that spirit and transmit that to our supporters on the ground. That when we are debating here, it's not a war situation. It's a contest of ideas. It's a marketplace to share and buy. That's why we are here. But definitely we have principles and values. And those principles and values differ, I must say. But that is the diversity that the God has created. And that diversity is not a making of any of us. Our maturity will determine how we tolerate each other and how we move together with the differences that we have. Temperament might not be the same. Height might not be the same. But please, we are all Ghanaians. And we have a national interest. I have told you that as much as possible, I'll be impartial. But that I'm not neutral. I'm not neutral because I must align with the national interest. You may align with your party interest, but for me, I will align with the national interest. So on any issue that is discussed here, I have an interest. So I cannot be seen as neutral. But in executing my functions as Speaker, I have to be impartial. So once we mentioned the Deputy Minority Leader's name and said he said some things even though I didn't hear it, and you yourself stated that it was off mic, he has the opportunity of rebuttal. And so, Deputy Minority Leader, it's your turn now.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the other side, Deputy Majority Leader, said I mentioned e-levy. Mr. Speaker, I did not mention the e-levy. He is far away from me. And how did he know that I mentioned e-levy? Even my colleague who is close to me here, he didn't hear. He's the only one. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the record to be made clear that I did not mention the e-levy. My colleague was comfortable that this issue has been raised. He want to use it to campaign for e-levy. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the life of our students, our citizens in Ukraine. That is the reason why the minority leader mentioned that government must take steps to secure and give support to our students to come back. So, Speaker, my colleague at the other side always want to find comfort in issues that they want to blame for their non-performance. So, Speaker, they are still mentioning COVID-19 as reason for not performing. Now, all of a sudden, it's Ukraine.
You are yourself falling into the same trap he fell into.
Yes.
The issue you raised, the second part, is under Order 93-4, which deals with, I quote, the speech of a member must have reference to a subject matter under discussion. And so you said he went off tangent to add other things that were not the subject matter of the discussion. I hold that. But now you are also veering into an area that he even never mentioned. He didn't talk about COVID-19. He only talked about you having said e-levy, which you have rebutted. So we leave it there, and then we move on. Don't fall into the same trap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I just want to set the record straight that I didn't talk about e-levy, that because of this Ukraine issue, we are urging the e-levy to be passed in order to raise money.
Are you still continuing along that line?
Mr. Speaker, I end here.
End there.
That I did not mention about e-levy. Thank you.
Yes, I saw Honorable Suhini on his feet. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I was on my feet in relation to the subject matter that was raised by the minority leader, and I was of the view that the deputy majority leader was not speaking to the subject that was raised, but I took your guidance and sat back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honourable members, we'll move on to the next item. But before we do that, it's important I diffuse some fake news, which is being circulated, that I granted an interview to say that Honourable Adjo Safo received permission from me to absent herself from Parliament on health grounds. I want it to be known by all that I have not granted any such interview anywhere. I have not said anything like that anywhere. And the votes and proceedings of the House are so loud that she is absent without permission for all those days. That is on the votes and proceedings of the House. It's not the Speaker who determines who is present and who is absent. No. The votes and proceedings will capture those are present, those are absent, and those who are absent with permission. And so please, I received a lot of calls from a number of media men on that issue. And that's why I don't want to delay in letting the world know that I have not said any such thing anywhere. Please. And tomorrow I'm going to address the issue of absentee MPs very, very clearly for everybody to understand. With this, I will say that looking at the nature of business before us, I would direct that the sitting be held outside the normal prescribed sitting hours. And so we go to item 6, I'm told, which deals with statements. And I'm told that there are a number of statements. In fact, I myself admitted so many statements from members. But the order in which you want them to be taken, what I have here is one coming from the Honorable Angela Ofuruwa Aloute, I should say, which is just a tribute to the memory of Togbe Asam, the 9th Paramount Chief of Harvey Traditional Area. Honorable Member, you may pay your tribute now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to pay tribute to the memory of Togbe Asam, the 9th Paramount Chief of Harvard Traditional Area. Thank you again for the opportunity to read this important tribute to the memory of the late Paramount Chief of the Harvard Traditional Area. In his private life, he was called Alex Kwame Honu, born on the 28th December 1936 at Harvey Akleme, to his late parents, Gilbert Yao Honu and Josephine Ajo Agbele, all of Harvey. Mr. Speaker, Togbe had his basic education at Harvey Evangelical Presbyterian Primary School in 1943. He successfully obtained his middle school certificate in 1952. Togbe was baptized into the Evangelical Presbyterian Church in Harvey in 1937, but later joined the Evangelical Presbyterian Church. Mr. Speaker, after leaving school, Togbe got employed with the Volta River Authority. He worked in the Department of Material Management. He rose through the ranks to become stores superintendent before his retirement in the year 2001. Mr. Speaker, Togbe was installed the Paramount Chief of Harvey Traditional Area in 1962. His name was published and gazetted in the same year. Togbe has been of of enormous help to the development needs of the people of Have. Togbe was instrumental in the establishment of the Have Technical Institute. He was instrumental in the establishment of the Have Health Center. Mr. Speaker, Togbe was a member of the Akpini Traditional Council as well as the Volta Regional House of Chiefs, and his exemplary life will be attested to by all who work with him in the Regional House of Chiefs. Mr. Speaker, Togbe's health began to decline when he turned 79. On the 3rd May 2016, he joined his ancestors at the age of 80. Togbe will be laid to rest this weekend, the 28th of February 2022, at Have in the Afajato South District. Mr. Speaker, I believe that history, on balance, will be kind to him and render a positive verdict on his contributions to the evolution of Have and the entrenchment of its culture and traditions. His contributions to the development of Have were tremendous. Mr. Speaker, I pray God gives the people of Have the fortitude to accept the loss. It is a loss not to the people of Have and the Volta region alone. It is a loss to the country as a whole. Togbe, rest and abide in perfect peace and in the bosom of the Almighty. Togbe, tudole untifafame, mau na noinkuyo. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Amen.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to thank the maker of this statement and to also emphasize that indeed Togbe was one of the outstanding paramount chiefs of the Volta region, and he remained one of the longest serving paramount chiefs of the region. He was an epitome of peace during his reign and a very strict disciplinarian, I know. Togbe, despite the fact that he did not benefit from higher education, he was very much interested in education, and as indicated by the maker of the statement, Togbe was highly instrumental in the establishment of Have Technical Institute. Not only that, he was a lover of health. So when I happened to meet him when I was working with the Ministry of Health, and he was always pushing that the Have Health Center, which he was very instrumental in establishing, should be upgraded to a polyclinic status with a resident doctor. I think he fought that to a level, despite the fact that he could not witness that. I appeal to the citizens of that place to take up that fight, so that at the end of the day, they will have that to his credit. Togbe was a leader, and he exhibited that when they were under Akpini traditional area. Togbe was a member of the Volta Regional House of Chiefs, and I know that he was instrumental in the establishment of the house, and he was also part of the members who pushed a lot for reforms in that regard. By dint of hard work, he happened to work with the VRA, and the connection of electricity to the area was part of his developmental agenda, and that went very well. I know the people of Have, and for that matter, Volta region, have lost a son. They have lost a very exemplary leader, and I pray to God that he should replenish Togbe with another instrumental human being in the Have traditional area. And I also pray that the people of Have should be very careful as to who they install to take over from Togbe. The person should be a person of some kind of credibility as Togbe exhibited. And I also pray that in trying to install a new chief, they should make sure that they do due diligence, so that at the end of the day, this peaceful man will not leave behind any legacy of struggle over chieftaincy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the tribute read by my colleague, Honourable Angela Laute. Indeed, I met Togbe at the Akpini Traditional Council, situated in my constituency in Kwando. He was a man of dignity, great dignity. He was one of the few chiefs that carried himself very, very well. He was also part of the peace process in settling the chieftaincy issues in my own hometown, Kwando. Togbe was full of wisdom. He conducted and carried himself as such. He always had a wise word to share with us anytime we met him. He always joked that he wasn't a political chief, and he was a chief for every political party. Togbe was very instrumental in a lot of things in the regional House of Chiefs. We met him when, as a caucus, we visited the House of Chiefs. He advised us on how we should work together to ensure the unity and the development of the country, Ghana, and particularly the Volta region. Indeed, the people of Have have lost a great man, and I don't know how they are going to replace him. I pray for God to give them guidance and wisdom in installing a successor. And I also pray that God gives them peace during his burial for this great loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to contribute and comment on the tribute to the memory of Togbe Asenchira the Ninth, who is the paramount chief of Have traditional area. Mr. Speaker, Togbe was 80 years on this earth before passing on, and Togbe, according to the statement, after obtaining the middle school living certificate in 1952, was an employee of the Volta River Authority, who has ranked through the ranks and became the store superintendent. And, Mr. Speaker, Togbe ruled for over 50 years. That tells you the kind of person he was in leading the people of Have, that as the paramount chief of the area was able to reign for over 50 years. And during that period, Have people saw, in terms of development, the Have Technical Institute and then the Have Health Center. So, Speaker, the maker of the statement made it clear that Togbe was a member of the Akpini Traditional Council as well as a member of the Volta Regional House of Chiefs. So, Speaker, it is clear that the people of have lost an illustrious son, a leader who we should all pray that his replacement should also follow the footsteps of Togbe. So I add my voice to pay the tribute and give condolences to the family of Togbe. Same condolences to the people of Have in Afajato South constituency, the people of Volta region and Ghana as a whole. We wish Togbe well. We pray that he is accepted and into the bosom of the Lord till we meet again. So we ask the people of Have to do a thorough search in order to have a good replacement for the lost Togbe. I thank you very much.
Honourable members, we move on to the next statement, who stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Tamal North, Honourable Alasan Suhini. Please, you may make your statement on the media and responsible free speech in Ghana.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll say again that I much prefer the noisy, boisterous, sometimes querulous media of today to the monotonous praise-singing, sycophantic one of yesteryears. Quote and unquote, President Nana Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, thank you again for the opportunity to make this statement of public importance. Mr. Speaker, permit me to state upfront that I am all for responsible free speech, but I'm against the use of the coercive powers of the state to achieve that. Just like you, Mr. Speaker, and many lovers of democracy, I have been profoundly disturbed by not only the resurgence of military takeovers of democratic governments in sub-Saharan Africa, but especially by the number of discussions on and off media platforms in Ghana about how well our democracy is serving us and whether the coups in the affected African countries can be justified. Mr. Speaker, our youth unemployment rate has worsened over the years and is almost equal to the pre-independence figure of around 20%. The World Bank reports that underemployment is at around 50%. It is therefore needless to add, Mr. Speaker, that despondency and stress levels are high. These make our compatriots very vulnerable as they seek a savior, or at least hope for one. This indeed puts all of us in privileged political positions in a precarious position, and we ought to be extra mindful of our actions and inactions. When I listen to these discussions contrasting the benefits of democracies to coup regimes, Mr. Speaker, two arguments that stand uncontested yet are the freedoms, especially the freedom of expression and the right to seek redress in an impartial judicial process that our Constitution guarantees. Mr. Speaker, even though the two may not be enough to preserve our democracy, if their promotion is not linked to other needs of our society, I dare say that an encroachment of these two will leave our democracy without justification to uphold. Our nation went at great length, Mr. Speaker, to repeal the criminal libel law, and ironically, President Akufo-Addo was at the forefront of that as Ghana's Attorney General. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, in June 2021, the President said at Eliza Hotel, and I quote, "I am proud of the modest role I played in the process of the repeal of the criminal libel law. As the Attorney General who piloted the repeal through Parliament, I was also responsible for the discontinuation of the then pending prosecutions under the criminal libel law of notable Ghanaian journalists Tommy Thompson, Kofi Kumsin, and Eben Kwaku for publications against personalities of the then government," unquote. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore tragic that despite the repeal of the criminal libel law, the earned pride of a president for his role, both in opposition and later as Attorney General, and his professed choice for noisy, boisterous, sometimes querulous media over the monotonous, praise-singing, sycophantic one of yesteryears, that we are yet able to find justice for Ahmed Swale, an undercover journalist who was gunned down after his identity was compromised by, unfortunately, a member of this honorable house at a time he and his colleagues premiered their investigations into Ghana football and exposed grand corruption and collusion. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in our Fourth Republic, over 100 radio stations got shut down for what authorities say were regulatory breaches, despite a widely held perception that it was politically motivated, selective, and targeted at media that was critical of government. Mr. Speaker, as of now, I have lost count of the number of state-sponsored or state complicity in the arrest, harassment, and detention of journalists in the last couple of years. Journalists of Modern Ghana News website recounted harrowing torture they received at the hands of the national security operatives when they were arrested for their work. Mr. Umar Sanda of CTFM, David Tamakulo of WhatsApp News fame, the Upper East reporter of EIB Network, Edward Adeti, etc., have all suffered at the hands of people working in the name of the state for their news publications. The Speaker, let me repeat for emphasis that I am for responsible free speech and I prefer the use of the persuasive powers of the state to achieve it over the use of the coercive powers of state. The Speaker, we must guard against the threat to the most valuable argument today used in defense of our democracy, the freedom to criticize our leaders and their conduct without fear of recrimination. The Speaker, in the last couple of days, Mr. Mensah Thompson, a civil society activist with ASEPA, have had to be detained in custody for a publication he immediately retracted and apologized for after admitting his hitherto credible sources misled him on that particular issue. A broadcaster with Power FM, Ohiniba Buama Beni, was sentenced to 14 days imprisonment for publishing what is said to be false news in relation to justices of the Supreme Court in the last election petition case. A journalist with Media General, Captain Smart, has been arrested bizarrely at different times for a number of reasons recently, including pronouncements he made on the peace and security of the country on air, and what his employees believe was a deliberate setup to charge him for extortion. The Speaker, the latest, perhaps, was the arrest of Bubi Ansah of Accra FM, who was arrested after his show after 10 p.m. in the night whilst on his way home. The Speaker, let me conclude by saying that given the precarious nature of our sub-region, the growing despondency of especially our unemployed youth, and the growing questions about whether our democracy is fit for purpose, that we in political positions ought to guard against the temptation to reduce or to encroach on the channels and opportunities for venting frustration. I am for free, responsible speech, Mr. Speaker, just as I am sure you are too. But I am against the use of coercive powers of state to guarantee it, because that in the long run isn't sustainable. Once again, I am most grateful for the opportunity to make this statement. Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement ably made by my colleague from Tamale North. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, democracy has been defined in our local parlance as Kebi Mami Kebi. In other words, speak and let me also speak, or talk or let me talk, or let's sit and judge. Mr. Speaker, if we truly will work to advance our democracy, free speech, and responsible one for that matter, as ably indicated by the maker of the statement, must not be threatened by use of coercive force. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that the media has been raised and described as the fourth estate of the realm, having considered the executive, the judiciary, and legislature. They have been considered as another unofficial arm of the governance structure of every country. If their work and the work of civil society is so threatened by such acts as ably raised by the maker of the statement, it tends to endanger our democracy. And this must not be happening at the time when research, Mr. Speaker, clearly shows that unemployment in a certain bracket of our population, which is the youth, is so high. If they cannot express themselves, if they feel that expressing yourself is so endangered in a democratic situation, then people will end up resorting to other means that will not progress our democracy. And if people who can speak for and on behalf of people who by themselves cannot speak also feel so threatened, and they decide to go quiet, government, whether the executive, whether the judiciary, or even the legislature, may not know what is happening behind them. Because the media and the civil society together serves to inform and to even convey our issues to the people we are supposed to be leading. And this statement coming at a time that so many cases of death have not been unraveled, and equally we are confronted with arrest here and there, Mr. Speaker, is really very important. And I know a number of persons have granted interview. Mr. Speaker, your good self, you have had cause to raise concerns about the happening as far as maybe invitation or arrest of persons for expressing concerns, even if they so make a mistake. And Mr. Speaker, it becomes even more dangerous where the maker of a statement or the publisher of a statement realize that I have made a mistake. Maybe my sources were not so correct and have apologized. To move further, to invite, detain, and prosecute such a person cannot help our democracy. And I join the maker of this statement, Honorable Asam of Tamale North, in urging institutions that must help democracy to advance, not to be seen to be squeezing democracy and drying it out. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank the maker of the statement for drawing the country's attention and the leader's attention to what he thinks is going wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement made. Mr. Speaker, Ghana have tried all sorts of system of governance. At a point in time, we all came together and realized that democracy go. Mr. Speaker, before 1992, we all know the contributions that Ghanaians as citizens of all spheres of life worked hard towards the promulgation of the 1992 Constitution. You know how the fourth realm of the state, that is called media, played a great role in this attempt to move this country away from the military regime, autocracy, to democracy where we all make an input, where we all responsibly deliberate, dialogue, build consensus, come together as one country and move forward this country. Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, we have responsibilities. I believe that even having the opportunity to have privileges that members of Parliament have, is not sacrosanct. Definitely, members of Parliament must also demonstrate responsibility, though we have some constitutional privileges accorded to us. It does not mean members of parliament can go beyond bounds and the institutions will not work. It also does not mean that institutions should also work beyond their mandate or go against the democratic tenets and principles that we all uphold. And therefore, the Constitution which regulates all of us is very important in matters like this. And the Act of Parliament that we've all put together to ensure the serene environment where individuals' rights are held, but when in demonstrating our rights, the recognition that the other partner or other fellow Ghanaian, whoever is a human being in this country, also has some rights. And that is why at times it is said that your freedom ends at a point where maybe my right also begins. It is therefore critical and very important, like former President Obama said, and he was hailed. For me, I didn't see anything about him being hailed because it's an old adage that we don't build strong individuals, but we build strong institutions. Every democracy knows that. The Italian country some time ago will be losing their prime ministers every 3 months. The country still ran because the institutions were working. And therefore it is the institution that we must encourage to work and make sure they also work within the confinement of the law. Mr. Speaker, we all know the Media Commission has a lot of ethics, code of ethics, control measures that all of us can play within the institutional framework of the Constitution. Having said that, the media has played a critical role, as I said, trying to narrate the antecedent of this country coming from the military rule to democracy in the 1992. The role that media men played. We can mention the names. But we've gotten to a point where, Mr. Speaker, as you even said before, if we are not careful, this unbridled approach where it is like open to all, anything at all comes out of anybody, and we are not obliging to the constitutional framework and controls, Mr. Speaker, we'll get to a point where this country will get out of hand. And I believe this is the time, as human institutions that we have and as fallible that we can be, this is the time for us to be very circumspect and play the balancing act such that our statement and utterances will not let other side look like they cannot be touched, even when they are going outside the boundaries set by the Constitution or set by an act of Parliament. We will have to play that balancing act such that discipline and control will be the guidelines for this country. Yes, Parliament have been criticized. Criticism comes to Parliament every day. Mr. Speaker, you yourself yesterday in the morning, you were admonishing us as to how the public even see us as members of Parliament in relation to our responsibilities. The president is criticized, and he's not the first president who has been criticized. But Mr. Speaker, I remember some time ago, I came close to you and you mentioned criticism, yes, but constructive criticism is equally important. And respect and dignity that we will accord ourselves. What we do to ourselves as politicians already is known. The way we run each other's down and we play to the gallery and allow other people to run everybody down is an issue. So, Mr. Speaker, where we are today, I believe that we need to allow institutions to work within the framework of their mandate and responsibilities. And let us be very careful the way we try not to balance the act such that someone will look good, another one will look bad, because at any material moment, the expediency project that we continue to have as politicians we will continue to run this country down. The expediency with that principle, the principle that underpins democratic accountability. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful and we go on this tangent this way, it will get to a point where, because the axe is not at my neck, I may think that the fight is a good fight. And therefore, for me, it's a timely statement in a way. Names are being narrated and mentioned as if it's the only period that such acts has happened. No. If I want to extrapolate and go backwards, we can equally mention names, but we don't have to defend or two wrongs doesn't make right. Let us face it and say that wherever we are today, Mr. Speaker, whatever anybody does, he's being regulated. We are here, we are not able to pass E-levy. Mr. Speaker, you think that if the president had his way, he wouldn't come to join us here to pass the E-levy? But he hasn't got that power. He hasn't got that power because the Constitution is clear. And everybody has his boundaries. And I think that where we are today, let us be circumspect for future sake and for posterity's sake. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful and thank you for the opportunity.
The honorable gentleman in front of me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. And thank you, Honorable Suhini, for this timely statement that you've made. Mr. Speaker, around the 1960s, there was what we called the Preventive Detention Act that was used to arrest people on so many occasions during the Nkrumah era. Today we sit down, we try to analyze it, and I believe that a good number of us think that it was incorrect. But Nkrumah was reacting to a situation. And so sometimes we try to balance up and understand the history of those times. There has been a coup d'etat in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Guinea. And it appears its ripples effect seems to descend on us. And I must say that there appears to be some phobia in the political establishment in Ghana here. Power corrupts. And absolute power corrupts absolutely. Cowards die many times before their death. Mr. Speaker, the issue at stake is not who is right or who is wrong. But it appears that, let me classify it, there are two types. One case that it appears the state starts rightly, but the process of getting the individual to face the law, that is where they get it all wrong. And we are creating heroes. Unnecessary heroes we are creating. Anybody who is arrested and goes and comes a prison graduate. We know the prison graduates, the basics. The basics, we know them, they are prison graduates. and we are getting more prison graduates unnecessarily. Mr. Speaker, so initially, somebody gets a case, the state is supposed to go and initiate the process of arrest. And what do they do? And possibly grant the person a bail. What do they do? In some of the cases, you will see that after initiating the process, there is this behavior, which is, I would like to even term it a syndrome that I'll teach him a lesson. That is played out. I'll teach that person a lesson. And when they tell you that you'll be taught a lesson, it means that it's likely that whether you like it or not, whether the court has granted you a bail or not, whether you signed all the bond and etc. or not, you will spend the night at the police station or in cells. This is where we're getting it wrong. You can give, I don't want to go into the accusations, I'm not a lawyer, to talk of felony and second-degree felony, etc. But that you are going to spend the night in the cells, or the person who you're going to see is going to spend the night in the cells, no matter how you beg, they'll tell you the order is from above. The one handling your case is not available. You have to wait. I have to receive instructions from somewhere else. This particular syndrome that I'll teach him a lesson is what is destroying our democracy, is what is destroying or putting fear into the citizenry. Our journalists, from performing their duties. I'm not going to the substance of the case. I'm talking about an instance where the process has been initiated and you've gotten to a stage where you can go home and report yourself. There's even an instance where somebody reported at 1 o'clock and they had to spend the night, still at over the night at the cells. There are instances where somebody has finished all the process and yet they will put you into a vehicle and drive you through the town, move around the town, go to wherever they want to go, and finally go and put you in some cells. Your family will be looking for you, they can't get you. Your employers will be looking for you, they can't get you. All your friends will be looking for you, they can't get you. And then the next day they leave you. This syndrome, I will teach him a lesson. Please, we better stop it and go strictly according to the law. If we can go according to the law, I believe that this complaints, this idea that so many people are being arrested, I believe that it will be something of the past. I believe that, yes, you can have you can allege anything and arrest anybody. That is true. It's an allegation until it is proven at the law courts. So with allegation, you can always be hit with an allegation. Any officer you will be unfortunate. But you just go out there and you are hit with an allegation of something else that can lead you to the police station. But being arrested, being detained in the cells, when even the court have indicated that you can go home, is what is worrying to me. And I'm appealing to the institutions, the police, the BNI, the law courts, and all the other players in the legal field to please stop this syndrome. I will teach him a lesson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Lady, it's your turn.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity for a statement brilliantly made by the Honorable Suhini. Mr. Speaker, Today, our democracy is growing. Next year will end our 30 years of parliamentary democracy. And like the maker of the statement said, many people went to great lengths for the repeal of the criminal libel law. But today what we are seeing is Ghana going backwards. Journalists today are afraid to talk about things freely the way they did a few years back. People are talking about standards that were applied yesterday, and it was okay. Today, if you try it, you find yourself in jail. Journalists spoke freely about issues. There was a newspaper or a news coverage when candidate Akufo-Addo said it is unacceptable for 2 cedis, for $1 to equal 2 cedis. Today, how many journalists can say $1 equals 7 cedis and it is wrong? They'll be afraid to carry this news item. Vice President, running mate, Honorable His Excellency Bawumia, he said it is desperation to tax savings. A desperate government, a failed government will do that. What do we see today? E-levy. And at every opportunity, I see the other side trying to justify it. E-levy. Everything now is e-levy. We've moved from everything COVID. Journalists cannot even talk about it freely. Afraid that if they do, they'll find themselves in jail. So they cannot talk freely about it. Right, Honorable Speaker, the kind of things that are being attributed to the current presidents and first ladies for which they are being arrested are the same kind of things that were attributed to former President J.M. Mahama and his wife, Lordina Mahama. What was it?
I see the Deputy Majority Leader on his feet. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the rule under the matter on which we are discussing is clear, that we are to comment on the statement and our comment should not generate debate. Mr. Speaker, it is not a statement of fact that journalists are unable to make comments because they are afraid of being jailed. Mr. Speaker, we have to be fair to each other in this chamber. And I think that my respected colleague can do better than that. I rest my case.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I see my leader was up on his feet when I made, but when his other colleague made the same, because he spoke for e-levy, it was okay. But when I made the same against e-levy, now it's not okay.
This is what you are talking about.
This is exactly what we are talking about. Leader, this is exactly what we are talking. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, now in this country, you are not free to even make a phone conversation. My own cousin, Pam, a telephone conversation, got him in jail. The man who reported him himself is in the military with forged certificates as the court head.
Honorable Member, you are going beyond comments because, you know, we are limited to comments that will not in any way affect pending cases in court. And what you are referring to is a pending case in court. So please try as much as possible not to be prejudicial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague's statement on what's happening in journalism is very real, and I think as a nation or as a parliament we should look at it closely, because the culture of silence is creeping on us very fast. People are afraid to speak out for fear of being arrested. People are afraid of speaking their minds, saying it, calling a spade a spade. People are afraid of doing it. We must look at that very, very critically, so that what is happening in the neighboring countries don't happen in Ghana. Where we are getting to, if you silence people too much, the next thing will be something we all are praying against. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Yeah. May I listen to Doctor? Is that the MP for Kwadasu?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by Honorable Suhini. Honorable Speaker, you've been around for a very long time, one of the most astute politician of our time. And I'll be happy if you use your experience to inform this House or to advise us to do away with extreme partisanship and always ensure that our commentaries, our ideas and suggestions will always inure to the progress of this country. Mr. Speaker, if I decide to go back into history and even restrict myself during the President Mills Mahama administration, I can give you a litany of examples, happenings regarding the abuse of media freedom that occurred. But I don't think that's the reason why we are here. We are here because we see this as an issue that we must all address frontally so that this country will live in harmony and peace. Mr. Speaker, if you will indulge me, I remember in 2010, our own very good friend, Honorable Kofi Adams, rushed to the studios of Power FM or so, because a gentleman by name Nana Daka had made a statement about former President Rawlings that he burnt his own house. He rushed there with police officers and arrested him. Our own John Kuma was accused of referring to Professor John Mills as a gay. He was arrested. A lot of them in Kuma said happened. But you see, we have to chart a new course. Nobody should assume and come to the wrong determination or conclusion that issues that happen to media persons are restricted to a particular regime. That is not true. You must condemn anybody who assumes that. But the point is that if we see this as a canker, the question is, how do we as individuals deal with it? For me, that's very important. Using isolated cases to indict a particular regime, for me, is wrong. And it is disingenuous. Mr. Speaker, our own constitution, you read Article 12 of our constitution, Article 12:1. It says, the fundamental human rights and freedoms enshrined in this chapter shall be respected and upheld by the executive, legislature, and judiciary, and all other organs of government and its agencies, and where applicable to them, by all natural and legal persons in Ghana, and shall be enforceable by the courts as provided for in this constitution. The two says, every person in Ghana, whatever his race, place of origin, opinion, color, religion, creed, or gender, shall be entitled to the fundamental human rights and freedoms of the individual contained in this chapter but subject to respect for the rights and freedoms of others and for the public interest. So it means that we must all be guided by what we say. The fact that we have media liberty or freedom doesn't mean that we should speak recklessly. People who speak recklessly must be told in the face that their utterances can undermine the peace and security of this country. That's because sadly, what happens is that because of political interest, when it suits us, when some people in the media make some unpalatable comments, we hide behind them because we use that to advance our interests. But you forget that when the worst happens, all of us will be victims to that. Is that how you want to build this country? We must be circumspect as politicians, and we must be bold to condemn persons when they go contrary to societal rules and norms. The recent happenings that our brother Suhini is alluding to, Mr. Speaker, if you go into the merits of each of them, they all had different interpretations, different happenings. I remember one of them was accused of contempt of the courts. That was how the person was put behind bars. If somebody is accused for contempt, whom do you blame? Because we know in this country, some persons were charged with this same offense and they were put behind bars. I remember Ken Kranche, I remember Atubiga. They were all charged for contempt. So if somebody is charged for contempt by the court, why do you say that it is media abuse or curtailing freedom of expression? That is not true. One of them, Bobby Asam, for example, Mr. Speaker, he made some unfounded allegation about the two first ladies. He was invited by the police. He declined invitation. Is that what we want to encourage in this country? That if you do something wrong and the police, you decline the invitation? Is that what we want to encourage? Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to bore you with examples because I have lots of them. But my plea to the House and to you, our president leader, is to let the House know that we have one country. We have to protect this country. We have to guard this country. And that we need to guard our utterances and all that. If you're able to do that, and let the media understand that if you sit behind the console, one, think about the soul of the country. Think about what you say. Mr. Speaker, it's true that when the criminal libel law was repealed, we have civil remedies. But we all know when somebody deliberately maligns you and you decide to take action against them, they tell you, you can go to court. You can go to court. That's what they tell us. You can go to court. The person knows that what they are saying is untrue. You confront them, they tell you, go to court. When they know that what they are saying is false. We don't have to encourage that. And I want to plead with us that please, as much as possible, let us eschew extreme partisanship and let the love of this country lead and guide us. That's how we are going to make progress. Speaker, thank you very much for indulging me. I'm grateful to you as always. Thank you.
I was going to allow the lady who stood up earlier on, but now I see a gentleman. So the gentleman will be the last person. Then we'll move to the next statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to a very important statement delivered by my brother, who also happens to have background in media practice, the Honorable MP for Tamale North. Mr. Speaker, media freedom is a complete requirement in our Constitution. The freedom of speech is supposed to contribute to our democratic sustenance. But I think one thing that is happening in Ghana, which is quite important to mention, is healthy political equalization as we experience in this House. What is wrong in 1993? If it is wrong in 2022, let's say so. But the fact is that if we continue to bend backwards, to bring history, to equalize the wrongs of today, I think that our democracy is suffering from something that we can call kwashiorkor. We are not growing. Mr. Speaker, Ghana as a state is divided into 4 huge organs.
the executive that has the coercive power, the legislature that you are headed and you are trying to reform and put it in better perspective, and the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, the media is always considered as the fourth estate of the realm. And I want to state this for the record today, that if the media is here and you consider yourself and we all believe that you are number 4, do not wait for number 1, number 2, number 3 to fight for you. Please fight your own battle, develop yourself, and hoping that number 1, number 2, number 3 will support you to grow. Mr. Speaker, in some time past, we repealed the criminal libel law. And the simple question everybody can ask, what was the purpose, what was the major objective of repealing the criminal libel law? We intended to ensure that media pluralism and media freedom was going to be enhanced. Today, if we have Section 207 and Section 208 in the Criminal Offences Act that is still being used to demonize the media, it is for us as a country to look at it. What was the objective of repealing the criminal libel law? If that objective is defeated by the continuous existence of Section 207 and 208 in the Criminal Offences Act, then we ought to rise up as a people and do something about it. Mr. Speaker, I have seen on many occasions that people point accusing fingers at the police for recklessly arresting journalists. But I can state as a matter of fact, if Mr. President had listened to the recommendation by the Mensah Commission to abolish the SWAT team at the national security, I think there's so much disgrace that we are seeing as a country could probably be reduced. Because many of the things that are happening, many of the arrests that we see, it is just the SWAT team at the National Security Ministry that is not accountable to the IGP, not accountable to the Chief of Defense Staff. They will go out there and do anything. But I can tell you, at any point in time you see a uniformed officer being under the control of a civilian, the only thing you can find is mess. Mr. Speaker, the police are sometimes allowed to take part in what is provided in Article 88 of the 1992 Constitution. What is in Article 88 is just the duty of the Attorney General. The police responsibility is to what? Prevent crime, detect crime, and investigate it. It is not the job of the police to get into court to prosecute crime. The checks and balances are in the Constitution and we should ensure that the police do not abuse those checks and balances by prosecuting crime. Let the Attorney General recruit enough lawyers and have state attorneys across the whole country, in all districts, to do his job. And don't let them get the police into such a mess that when you are investigating, you can also be the same person prosecuting. The checks and balance is required. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, if you want to allow our media to gain that popularity and importance in the constitutional framework, let's allow them to develop. And let's encourage the National Media Commission. Let's encourage the Ghana Journalists Association. Let them take the bull by the horn and develop their own organ to the point that they will gain that much respect from the executive, gain that much respect from the legislature, and gain that much respect from the judiciary. After all, the four together makes a country beautiful. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yeah. We will take another statement. I gave indication earlier on that I was going to be the last person. We have two more statements. One is commemorative, in fact it's a tribute to the departure of one of our former colleagues, and then one on tourist attractions in the constituency. So I wanted to move on. If leaders want us to continue with more contributions to the earlier statement, I say leaders, if they want, I can allow you. But please be guided. One of the things I learned early in my political life, when I was chairman of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs from 1997 to 2000. His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, was the ranking member. We worked together very well. I remember making some scathing remarks about my government in power. After sitting, the veteran politician, senior statesman, and economic guru, the late Honorable J.H. Mensah, who was then the minority leader, called me to his office. And what he told me was that, young man, as a politician, you must learn to speak from both sides of your mouth. When one side is saying yes, the other side should be saying no. I told him that that is not of me. I can't do it. And that's how politics is. I will opt out. Early the days when I was in secondary school, we had a song. It was a record dance that we used to. Let your yes be yes, and your no be no. Countries don't develop because of resources, natural resources. They develop as a result of the quality of the human resource. Please, let our yes be yes and our no be no. Don't change your tongue depending on the seat you sit on. We must have character. And I've kept on telling you, if I'm asked to choose between knowledge and character, I will choose character and not knowledge. Many of these things you are saying, read further. Don't take the perspectives of the politicians. Dig deep into history. You know the truth. Our country is suffering because of misrepresentation, distortion of history. The voice of democracy is the media. And most of you are here because you said you wanted to be the voice of your people. When you are the voice of the people and you are saying things here, and the media doesn't carry it out, your people will not even know that you have spoken. The value of the media. And the media makes and unmakes politicians. The pen is mightier than the sword. You are leaders. I'll give you 2 minutes each. You can make your contribution.
Right Honourable Speaker, we are grateful for the opportunity. I will commend the Honourable Alhaji Al-Hassan Suhini for making this very important statement on free speech and media freedoms in Ghana. Having been a media practitioner himself, he has been very consistent and principled in this House about the need to protect media freedoms, about the need to expand the frontiers of free expression, and not to muzzle the press, not to intimidate practitioners, and not to undermine the tenets of free speech, which is a fundamental human right in the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we have come a long way in protecting free expression. We enshrined in our 1992 Constitution the protection of free speech and the protection of the free media. We dedicated a whole chapter in the Constitution for media freedoms. That should tell you how, as a country, we knew right from that our democracy cannot be sustained without media freedoms, without free expression. We even went further and created a constitutional body, the National Media Commission, to be the vanguard, to be the protector of these media freedoms, so that even the state-owned media, the Constitution provides that the National Media Commission should work to insulate the state-owned media from governmental control. So when we talk about free expression, when we talk about media freedoms, our Constitution established the framework. And Mr. Speaker, over the years, we have all said that we should deepen that culture. And that is why President Kufuor is commended for repealing the criminal libel law. But it will appear, Mr. Speaker, that in recent times, the gains that we have made as a country, those gains are being eroded. And it is not me saying that, it is not the maker of the statement saying that. The international community has come to accept a very important barometer, which is the World Press Freedom Index. That is the barometer that assesses how well countries are doing when it comes to press freedom. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has lost its #1 spot. Not too long ago, we were #1, the shining example, the star performers when it comes to press freedom in Africa. Unfortunately, we have lost that #1 spot. And if you read the latest report from the World Press, the latest report on World Press Freedom Index, they raise concerns particularly about the assassination of Ahmed Hussein Swale, and how up to now no arrests have been made, no updates on the investigations have been provided. That must trouble all of us. They have also listed a long list, a litany of persons who have been arrested in the course of their duties. I noticed that the maker of the statement has provided a number of these names, and I do not want to bore you the list, considering our time constraints. But what is clear is that, Mr. Speaker, independent bodies are saying that we have to set up. The Media Foundation for West Africa has also published a tall list of journalists who have been persecuted in the course of their work. They even claimed that the celebrated investigative journalist, Manasseh Azuri Awuni, they had to whisk him out of this country because of threats to his life. They had to contribute money and send him to South Africa for some protection as a safe haven. Mr. Speaker, this is not something we should be proud of. All of us in this house, we know that without the media, the work we do in this chamber cannot get to our people. We all know, Mr. Speaker, that the work we carry out in our constituencies, without the media, our people would not know. And we cannot be accountable to the people who elected us. So we need the media. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the time has come for us to repeal those sections of the Criminal Code, Section 207, Section 208, relating to false publications is clearly reintroducing the criminal libel through the back door. And I will appeal to the Attorney General to take steps to have that repealed. If the Attorney General will not do it, I believe that the Right Honourable Speaker may soon have to grant leave for some private member intervention so that we will repeal that aspect of the criminal code. Because I agree with the Media Foundation for West Africa. I agree with civil society organizations who are saying that if you feel that some false publication has been made and it affects your person, like in the case of the first and second ladies, in the case of Bobie and Asam, you have civil remedies. You can go to court with a defamation suit. And the courts, if it is confirmed that indeed you have been defamed, they will take steps to have your reputation, which has been injured, restored. And there will be sanctions. So, Mr. Speaker, there are civil remedies, civil avenues available. We should really repeal these provisions in our laws so that our journalists can work freely. The time has come for us to expand the frontiers of free expression and media freedom. Let us remember that those provisions in the law that we are using against opponents today, we may be in power today, but you won't be in power always. And another government can use it against you and use it against your allies. So we must always think nationally, patriotically, and think about nurturing this democracy, strengthening this democracy, so that at the end of the day, we will be able to have that healthy democracy and that transformed society that we all seek. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I commend the maker and I pray that His Excellency the President will have a second thought on all the prosecutions and persecutions going on. The Attorney General will be well advised. We will take a second look and a hard look at the ratings and how we are being downgraded on the World Press Freedom Index so that we return on the path of media excellence. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, you may proceed to the next statement. I have nothing useful to answer.
Sorry?
Mr. Speaker, you may proceed to the next statement. Please.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for your magnanimity. I think that we move on to the next statement. I made these statements here, selected by my second deputy speaker. I think this is coming from the honorable member for Sisala West, Honorable Mohammed Sukbaru, on the need for government to improve on tourist attractions in the Sisala West district. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak on this very important subject of tourism enhancement in the Sisala West district. Tourism is one of the largest contributors to Ghana's GDP, contributing to up to $3.3 billion in 2019. This figure dropped by almost half in 2020, with the sector contributing only $1.9 billion according to statistics from the Ghana Tourism Authority. A decline highly attributable to COVID-19 and its consequent reduction in the foreign tourists in the country. Mr. Speaker, the decline in revenues from this sector, partially due to the pandemic, is a wake-up call on us to encourage domestic tourism by improving and marketing tourist attraction in the country. The Sisala West District possesses tremendous tourism potential, which must be urgently harnessed to generate revenue for government, provide employment for citizenry, and enhance general development in these areas. Mr. Speaker, The Gbele Forest Reserve is the fourth largest in Ghana, housing some of the rarest wild animals and bird species, ranging from antelopes, baboons, green monkeys, elephants, valiant raccoons, yellow-belled ospetes, and wetons. Mr. Speaker, the younger honorable members who watch cartoon series would agree with me that cartoon lovers who watch The Lion King and saw the character Pumbaa would love to see the wetons for themselves. These natural endowments and scene of wonders are, however, being left untapped due to lack of investment to make the reserve attractive. It is high time government, through the Ministry of Tourism, put the Gbele Reserve on the radar. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to realize that outside of the Upper West region, little is known about the Kalbe Crocodile Pond, home to hundreds of crocodiles in Gulu. Urgent steps must therefore be taken by government to expose citizens and foreigners alike to a place like this. Mr. Speaker, the Gulu Slave Defense Wall and the Warko Slave Escape Rock Mountains are magnificent works of art. The Slave Wall, which is Ghana's own version of the Great Wall of China, both built for same reason, that is to prevent foreign invaders and slaves from entering the Sisale's land. Just as the Great Wall of China is branded to remain a closer tourist attraction into this century, we can also brand and improve the remnants of the Gulu Slave Defense Wall to attract both local and foreign tourists. Mr. Speaker, in other jurisdictions like China, Mexico, and Russia, ancient herbal medicinal practices are still very attractive to citizens. It can be a similar in Ghana with little push from government. Gratefully, we are endowed with centers which render the most desire of herbal medication anywhere on planet Earth. The residents of JVC in the Sisala West District are renowned for their mastery of the cure for leprosy and have been in the practice of these traditional medicine for centuries. Mr. Speaker, I can also speak for Golu Bone Setting and Fertility Center. The center is notable for its ability to cure impotence in men and improve sexual health and longevity. We are all aware, Mr. Speaker, that due to stress, most men do not last in bed, and instead of finding lasting solution, they resort to aphrodisiacs which have long-term detrimental effects. The Golu Fertility Center provides lasting and natural solution without any known side effects. The center is also capable of healing fractured bones and disabilities. I have no doubt that with proper marketing, Ghanaians and foreigners alike would patronize this center. Mr. Speaker, the tomb of Dr. Hilal Man, the former president of the Third Republic, also lies in Gulu, and his tourist potential must be exploited. The Sisala West District is a very traditional one, upholding cultural practices from many generations which are showcased during festival in various communities all year long. Mr. Speaker, the tourist potential of the Sisala West District is enormous. I therefore call on government, through the Ministry of Tourism, corporate Ghana, private individuals, to invest in the tourism avenues in the Sisala West District. This would go a long way to contribute to both government and private revenue generation, reduce unemployment, promote the development of the area. My outfit is willing and ready to support government and any individual in this venture. With this, Mr. Speaker, I thank you once again for the opportunity.
Yeah.
I was not expecting this number of people to rise up to try and contribute to this statement. Yeah, I'm aware that it's a good market strategy, and I know a lot more Ghanaians will be patronizing the center, particularly the men who are suffering. I will take 2 from each side of the house, 2. Only 2. So we have 5 of you standing. I'll take 1 gentleman, 1 lady. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make a suggestion.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, since there's a last statement to be made, you announce that there's a commemorative statement. So, Mr. Speaker, I humbly suggest if we can take that so that we can have a composite, so when you give the floor, because when he talked about that thing, Mr. Speaker, when he talked about that thing, suddenly, you see, that's why a lot got up. That thing he talked about. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when they talked about that thing, it excited a lot of people. That's why a lot of them got up. So, Mr. Speaker, if with your leave, the maker of the last statement can take it, then you can open up. Yes, one more. The commemorative
statement stands in the name of the Honorable MP for Jomoro, which is a tribute to be paid to the late Honorable James Van Levin Mensah, former Member of Parliament for Nzima West Constituency, now Jomoro Constituency. Honorable Member, you may make the statement, then I open the floor for comments. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, in the statement going to be made by Honorable Dr. Stofe is a tribute, after which I know, per our convention and practice, there may be some minutes silence. The one the Honorable Member for Sisala has just presented is a tourism statement, and tourism is about business. You can't combine business and funeral. Yeah. No, tourism is not just about. So I don't want to disagree, but truly speaking, you cannot combine tourism and funeral. If we can restrict the contributions, then after that tribute will come. No, it's true. Tributes are different. You can't combine the two. And you should have consulted me on that. I would have supported you. If you had consulted me, I would have given you this man's superior argument that you can't combine the two. But the fact that you have said it doesn't mean I should support it. But truly speaking, funeral and tourism are not the same, and they cannot be combined. And you know. No, you know. Can we combine funeral and tourism? No. Mr. Speaker, my brother agrees with me. No, I'll convince you.
I'll be adjourning the House exactly at 4 because I have to receive some important territories in my office. I wish that in Ghana we are not combining funerals with tourism, but we even go beyond that. We combine funerals with tourism and politics. You all know it, that our funerals grounds are now tourist attractions. And people come all over the world just to come and see display of culture, traditions, and the rest. And then the politicians take advantage to show who is who. So there are no more funerals now. There are now tourist attractions. There are cultural festivals. There are political grounds. And that's where people meet to part numbers too. So I think the statement will go together because the aphrodisiac people are itching to be part of it. So, honorable member from Jomoro, please kindly do so. We'll give our former colleagues the due respect and then allow members to make their comments. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Don't fall into a trap of aphrodisia.
I promise I won't. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to read this tribute in honor of the memory of the late former Honorable Member for the then Nzema West constituency, now Jomoro constituency, Honorable James Van Leuven Mensah. Mr. Speaker, this world is a stage and men and women are merely actors. They have their entrance and exit, William Shakespeare. Mr. Speaker, the late James Van Leuven Mensah was born at Kengen on the 8th of February, 1937, to Eja Joseph Numwa Mensah and Agnes Nyanke Adela, all of blessed memory. He was the fourth of 7 children, all of blessed memory. Honorable Leuven Mensah lost his father at a tender age and was thereafter raised by his mother with support from his uncles, Nyamke Beyela and Nyanke Ama. Mr. Speaker, the late MP had his basic education at the Benin Roman Catholic School from 1944 to 1950. He enrolled in Achimota Secondary School in 1951 and graduated with a Cambridge Overseas School Certificate GCE equivalent in 1955. For his tertiary education, he pursued science at the College of Technology, now KNUST, in Kumasi in 1956. He later enrolled on the ACCA program at the School of Administration, Achimota, now Gimpa, in 1962. In June 1965, he joined Balham and Turin College of Commerce in London for his final ACCA. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of his professional achievements and conduct, he was given a fellow member of the Association of Chartered and Certified Accountants of England and Wales Award in 1973. Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Leuven Mensah attended Chart University College for an intermediate LLB in 1983. He subsequently enrolled in the University of Beckenham Law School to achieve his final LLB in 1985. In 1986, he proceeded to the Pennsylvania State University Law School and obtained his master's degree in law. Mr. Speaker, after graduating, the late Honorable Leuven Mensah pursued a career in banking with UAC, now Unilever, as his first place of work in 1956, before going to the United Kingdom to complete his accountancy qualification. He secured his complete ACCA qualification in 1965 and returned to Ghana. He worked at the Bank of Ghana on his return. He began with the Foreign Operation and Exchange Control Department, where he worked as deputy manager from 1969 to 1971. He later joined the Internal Audit and Banking Examination and gradually progressed from working as manager, deputy chief manager, through to chief manager. He doubled as the Ghana Supply Commission's managing director from 1975 to 1979. Mr. Speaker, the late Leuven Mensah joined Dr. Hila Liman's People's National Party in 1979. He contested and won the Nzema West constituency, now Jomoro constituency, parliamentary seat on that ticket in that same year, to become the only member of parliament for the area in the Third Republic. He also served as the chairman for the Ghana National Trading Corporation from 1979 to 1981, and doubled as the chairman of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Land, Forestry, Fuel and Power from 1979 to 1981. Mr. Speaker, after the coup of December 1981, the late Honorable Mensah went into exile, and on his return, served as the chairman of the board of directors of the Jomro Rural Bank until he fell sick. Mr. Speaker, he could not survive the sickness and finally kicked the bucket on the 9th of 2021. That is indeed our inevitable end. That is Job 14:1-2. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has lost a great politician and a statesman. The late Honorable Member of Parliament left behind 7 children and 11 grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, the records of this Honorable House reveal that the late Honorable James Mensah was a man of great candor and great integrity. His hard work and dedication to service in every area he found himself were very refreshing and exemplary. His excellence and success in all his endeavors therefore did not emerge as a surprise. And as a former member of Parliament, he was and will always be remembered for his great contribution to education, banking and finance, great lobbying skills, leading to access to electricity and the general welfare of the people of Nzima West. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was but a dream. Today is only a vision. But today well lived makes yesterday a dream of happiness, and every tomorrow a vision of hope. Kalidasa. On that score, Mr. Speaker, I would like to end my tribute to the late Honorable Mensah with an assurance to the good people of Jomoro that the late Honorable James Mensah may have departed, but his remarkable legacies live on and shall be protected by those of us who now walk in his illustrious shoes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this August House for the opportunity once again.
Honourable members, we now combine both statements, and so we'll increase the numbers. I will plead with the Honourable Maker of the statement to put off her mic. Yes, let me start with the member for West Central, who was the first to get up earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the 2 statements, but briefly on the last statement. Mr. Speaker, it is true that all the world is a stage, as the great Shakespeare has said, and all the men and women merely players. We have the exit and we have the entrance. And so at every point in time, each of us are moving towards an exit. After fretting our muscles and playing with ourselves and the rest of the world, we head towards an exiting point. And members of Parliament are just other human beings. We are just human beings who would suffer the consequence of death once upon a time. Just as the honorable member who we are just paying tribute to has passed on, I would pay my tribute to him by saying that he was a man who served his people, who served the Lord, who we are grieving because he was one of us, and a noble Ghanaian who dedicated himself to the service of his country. And may he rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, tourism is an important financial enterprise that every country in the world look up to tourism as a venture that brings money to the country. It is not an exchange of goods and services, physical goods and services. It is a tertiary service-oriented investment area where, because of visits by other countries to our country, and because we in Ghana will do a domestic tourism, we earn money out of it. In the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker, we lost an amount of the number of tourists who came into our country from 600,000, as it were. We came down to 200,000. And again, the world tourism industry itself collapsed up to a point, and the world is losing about $4 billion, $4 trillion because of the COVID impact. Mr. Speaker, but it's essential that we begin talking about domestic tourism and encouraging people to do domestic tourism. It enables us to understand each other, to get to know each other, to get to appreciate the environment of each other. And I'm very happy that the maker of the statement has mentioned the Bolu Wall in particular, which is very symbolical of a people who wanted to protect themselves, of a people who saw what it was to see themselves as one people and to be able to fight against intruders without necessarily taking bows and arrows. China did the same, and we glorify China for that. But Ghana has done the same at Bolu, and we should begin to sell this concept and idea so that in the end, when people begin to appreciate who we are by looking at the past and seeing what value it was in that past, we can increase the value today. Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to encourage all of us. There are so many things that we can look at and appreciate in our country. He is just talking about Upper West region. So much is there for us to look at. But there are other areas where there are issues, there are things that are creating value by just going to visit and see them. And in doing so, we will be increasing the financial impact, the financial value of our country by just going somewhere, paying to stay in a location, and then paying to see something. It is a way of contributing to the economy. And Mr. Speaker, I think that the maker of the statement got it all right when, at the end of it, he mentioned some key advantages, one of which is very exciting, and I'm sure a number of some other person will mention it, will appreciate it, about how much we can gain personally, physiologically, being part of a tourism venture to his constituency. And I believe that if you see it to be something of real value, want to see you come there, we from the Upper West region will be happy to receive you and give you that strength of heart and mind to do what you can do to make a family happy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, briefly, let me thank Honorable Mohammed Sibaru, the MP for Sisala West, for bringing to the limelight the tourism potential of his constituency. You know, the tourism attractions that have been mentioned, the animal heaven and other attractions, the scenes of wonders, and the fact that there's lack of investment in those areas. This story, Mr. Speaker, resonates across the country. I can talk about my constituency. I can talk about Jomoro district. And so, Mr. Speaker, this statement is very, very important. And we must all support tourism, especially when we are talking about e-levy and raising revenue for our state. A lot of countries do not have any resources. It is only tourism. They've managed to do it well. Mr. Speaker, we can only succeed if we promote tourism in Ghana. And it's something we must note. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for the Jomoro constituency for the tribute to the Honorable James Loven Mensah, whose life can be described as a life of service. Mr. Speaker, if you read his tribute, it was very clear that this is a man from a very humble beginning who lost his father at a very tender age.
And the story tells about how effective our extended family system was. Somehow his uncle supported the mother and he was able to grow up successfully. There was something very profound in the statement about how a young man from Benin in the village got admission to Achimuta. Mr. Speaker, that was the system that worked. He didn't need to know anybody. All he had to do was play by the rules and work hard. And the system will reward him to go to the best of schools. That is what this country must return to. And make sure that we can make it across every sector. To let our young people know that if you work hard, this system will reward you. And it is what this country must return to. It's very critical. It is the reason why Mr. Mensah, who came from that village, can now today be described as a guy who was so successful, not only as an accountant, but a politician and a lawyer. Accomplished one indeed. His record and working at GNTC, working at the Bank of Ghana, Ghana Supply Commission at the highest level must be noted. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, he came to Parliament as well, representing the good people of Jomoro. And Mr. Speaker, his role in Parliament was also very critical. He was noted for promoting education and encouraging a lot of young people to advance themselves. He was for education. The maker of the statement talked about the fact that he belonged to the PMP, the Lemon Party, the leftover of the CPP party. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, today marks the 56th anniversary of the overthrow of Kwame Nkrumah on 24th of February, 1966, 56 years. Mr. Speaker, it is clearly that the PMP probably ended that era of that tradition. But Mr. Speaker, I take the opportunity today to pay tribute and to remember those who perished on that day. The community of Apetem, almost 100 young people who were killed in that part of the western region because they were looking for Ambrose Nyanke, the security operative of Kwame Nkrumah. And everybody on site was killed. Today is a day we remember all of that. But Mr. Speaker, we also remember something very profound. We talked about his exile years. We as politicians must remember that we must make sure that we live up to the expectation of the people of Ghana, because we are our threats. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, when he even went to exile, they talk about him pursuing education. And after all those years in exile, he returned to Ghana, Mr. Speaker, and continued serving. He went to his community and became the board chairman of the Jomoro Rural Bank. His entire life of service, dedication, humility for this country. And Mr. Speaker, this is a man that this honorable house is proud of, a man that has served his country. And on this day, we pay tribute and thank him for the service to Ghana. And may God keep his soul. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, I want to listen to the sweet, melodious, and peaceful voice of the lady, honorable lady in front of me, Hajia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my brother from Golu. I think Golu is a nice place. Golu is a very beautiful place that I will encourage all of us to try and visit. And as he speaks on tourism, which is part of our culture, part of our heritage, our tradition, and then a very good economic making money venture for all of us here in the country as large. I would like to encourage that Golu and the site that he made mention is not the only place that people would go to witness, especially Dubai, Hotel Dubai in Upper West. It's a very good place to visit. I had the opportunity to visit that place, and then the animals there, you need to see them. The hotel itself is a tourist attraction where you can go around like hiking and see what one of our illustrious can have been able to put place. And then coming to Northeast as a region, a very small green region. We have the Gambaga scarf, we have the Nigerian walls, and if you come to Jenna, we have the two rivers, the black voter and the white voter running through, but they don't interact. It's a very good tourist attraction. And I will urge my colleagues, we should all identify tourist sites in our constituency, get to the tourist minister, and then sell this idea. And also on holidays, we should try with our constituents to visit these sites. As an MP, you are organizing something small in this site. This will encourage a lot of our constituents to visit the site and sell our tourist areas. And then on this note, I just want to sympathize with my colleague for the loss. May he rest in perfect peace. And I know that as an old MP, he may die as a pauper or a poor man, because as an MP, at the end of it, it is not easy to sail through. So may his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member for Odio.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my very good friend and brother, Honourable Sukberu from Sisala West. Right Honourable Speaker, if you sit behind television, especially the international networks like CNN, and you see them advertising tourist potentials of some of these our islands across Africa, like the Seychelles, the Maldives, and other places, you imagine what it will be like for Ghana to add a little effort to what we have done so far to at least uplift the level of our attention towards tourism. Watching CNN yesterday, I saw that almost 2.something million people visited Seychelles just to enjoy their beautiful water. Then I asked myself, Seychelles is an island just equal to the size of the Upper West region. What are we doing to exploit the potential of the many tourism attractions across the country? The benefit of tourism, Right Honourable Speaker, cannot be underestimated. In fact, tourism has the potential to be our most important and highest export earning if we really develop it well. And it is the sort of commodity that you can easily brand and sell. But over the years, we have continuously lamented about our lack of attention in tourism. And as such, we are losing all the revenue that is expected as a country to derive from such, let me say, God-given resource. As we speak today, our beaches, instead of becoming a potential tourism attractions, have become places for rubbish and defecation. We are soiling our beaches, soiling our waterfronts, instead of developing their potential to be able to generate the necessary resources and revenue for the country. One of the worst parts of the fact that even those of us within the country, today it's become fashionable for Ghanaians, especially, Right Honourable Speaker, our ladies, to see Dubai as a tourism paradise. It's a craze now. Everybody wants to go to Dubai. Meanwhile, we have more tourism potentials than Dubai. People are not interested in domestic tourism. Sir, domestic tourism will not only give us revenue, but also educate our children and give them knowledge about our country. Our children are in schools being taught about cultures in Scotland and other places, and they don't even know our own culture. They don't even know their country. Mr. Speaker, the geography you and I learned when we were in school today is diluted.
In fact, that geography, you cannot see them in the, they say social studies now. You can't see them in the textbooks. So our children don't know anywhere. Some of them don't even know the next 50 meters from their houses. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, I decided to explore this and put the children in my vehicle 10 days across the country. And when they came back, all of them wrote reports of what they have seen. And I could see some change in them. It is important that as legislators, we put pressure on the executive to be able to see this God-given resource, untapped resource, as a revenue-earning sources for this country. Mr. Speaker, one of the painful things is that even when people travel from outside and come to Ghana and they have money, they don't have anywhere to spend. Because when they travel from here and go to Kakum, what did they go to do in Kakum? They just go and do the canopy walk and come back. The dollars will still be in their pocket. We are not developing Kakum as an integrated tourism resource where people will spend money, so they will come here and spend the money. So by the time he leaves Kakum, he has left his purse in Kakum. We continue to pay lip service to the development of our tourism. Across the country, tourism potential, and let me, Kakum Park, Cape Coast Castle, Tikobo, Nzulezu, we're talking about Kintampo Waterfalls, Brema Frema, Monchi Sanctuary, Tongo Hills, Adapu Hills, water tourism around what do you call it? Volta region. All these things are there. Not to talk about my beautiful place, the paradise of Ghana, Adan. Today, look at the way the Adan waterfront is being developed. But being developed as residential accommodation, but not for the development of tourism. We can develop the Adan waterfront and do water sports so that people will come and get involved in skiing and all those things and make money. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that today when we are having this statement, I thank Honorable Sekweru for drawing all of us our attention to this. And I remember some time ago, under the NDC government, when we were organizing this Emancipation Day, we organized and sent people to the Asam Manso riverside. And that's all. Up to today is there. If you go to China, millions of people every day climb the Chinese wall, the China wall, the Great Wall of China. And it's now become the highest tourism earner for China. They are making billions of dollars from both indigenous, nationals, and foreigners. Every weekend I see people going to Eburi, climbing the Eburi mountain. Thousands of people. There's nothing there to take something, to turn this place into an export tourism earning activity so that we can draw something from it. So, Mr. Speaker, to bring my contribution to an end, I will pray that today will be the last day we will be talking about export potential or tourism potentials existing within this country, but we shall take steps to develop these things to become money for us so that we can avoid the draconian yield levy that we want to put on Ghanaians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this.
Well, as I mentioned earlier on, I have to attend to an important assignment. I said I was going to adjourn at 4. It's now 10 minutes after 4. I want to plead with all of you if we could cut it, and then I do the proper thing by representing you at that event.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
we would want to allow you to proceed by just
rounding it up, leadership will just do 2 minutes. Then
Well, leadership, how many minutes each? 2 minutes each. Yes, please.
From when we are closing time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few comments on this statement. Mr. Speaker, since there are 2 statements on the floor, I will join my honorable colleague, Honorable Dorcas Togbe, the MP for Jom Road, to wish our former colleague, even though in 1973, I was just 1 year old, so I may not be able to talk much about the character and nature of our senior colleague. But so long as they were the pace setters who charted the path on which we stand here today as members of parliament, I want to say that we wish him well. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, the other statement about tourism. What again must we do as a country to improve upon the tourism potentials of our country? Mr. Speaker, God has endowed Ghana with so many tourism potentials, be it the mountains, the valleys, the seas, the minerals, the human, everything we have. Mr. Speaker, we've gone a step further in establishing a dedicated fund for tourism, and that is Tourism Development Levy. Mr. Speaker, after establishing the Tourism Development Levy, what have we been able to do with that dedicated fund? Mr. Speaker, many a time as a country, we quickly establish funds. When we want roads, we say road fund. When we want education, we say, education fund. When we want tourism, we say tourism fund, infrastructure fund. But upon all this, we collect the monies and put them into the consolidated fund, and the funds are always forgotten. So where we are now, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we may have to let the tourism minister come and enumerate for us to be able to assess ourselves what have we been able to achieve with the tourism development levy that we established. If, Mr. Speaker, we want to say tourism is the 4th foreign exchange earner in this country, we must know where are we doing well and where are we not doing well. Mr. Speaker, religiously, we embark upon trip to go to Israel. We go to the Wailing Wall, we go and hold the stones. We were in Ghana here. If you go to Laribanga, we have the mystic stone. Laribanga? Yeah. You see, even the oldest one don't know. We have the Laribanga mystic stone, which from 1954, effort have been made to push it and relocate it, all to no avail. Yeah. Our Muslim brothers always go there for religious activities. Religiously, Mr. Speaker, Muslims travel from all the West African sub-region to Pro-East or Pro-West. That's Malamekano Religious Festival, which is a very large tourist attraction for religious festivities. Yes. So we have religious tourism, commercial tourism, educational tourism, health tourism. Health-wise, Mr. Speaker, the whole West Africa, I don't know which country that can boast with Ghana in terms of health infrastructure. If we want to boast health infrastructure, let's improve upon our health facilities, concentrate on that. Let the tourism development levy add up to that. We may be able to be perfect in one unique thing. You come to education. Liberians used to come here. Even Bogabi from Zimbabwe came here to attend university. Educational tourism too. Mr. Speaker, Guinea, Liberians will come, Sierra Leoneans will come, Nigerians will come. what is it that we can do to maintain this? Mr. Speaker, all this, because of time, I may not want to go too much. But Mr. Speaker, as a country, we should not just be quick in thinking that if I travel outside the country to another country, then I can have achieved educational excellence. People came here and went back and became the presidents of their country. So let's develop our educational sector and we'll boast educational tourism. Let's develop our health sector, we'll boast health tourism. Let's develop our markets in the whole West Africa, we'll boast commercial tourism. It is on that note that the previous administration and Adjournment Mama established the Kajetia market, about 10,000 stores. It has no co-equal in the West African sub-region. That is tourism. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we have people who travel from Mauritania to Kajetia, from Nigeria to Kajetia, from Salarion to Kajetia, from Nigeria to Kajetia. That is why we have Alaba in Kumasi. My brother will tell you. My brothers from Kumasi, you are aware. Mr. Speaker, with all these things, we have done well as a country, and there is still much to be done. In terms of tourism, Ghana has a very good potential to improve upon it. And I believe with the tourism development levy, we can go far. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Let's see where you go. Yes,
Please, kindly allow him.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make few comments on the two statements and limit myself to the dictates of Order 72. Mr. Speaker, our colleague from Jomoro delivered her statement with deep nostalgia and ended with these veritable words, which I shall proceed to quote. On that score, Mr. Speaker, I would like to end my tribute to the late Honorable Mensah with an assurance to the good people of Jomoro that although the late Honorable Mensah may have departed, but his remarkable legacies live on and shall be protected by those of us who now walk in his illustrious shoes. The Speaker, she couldn't have put it better than this. Sometimes we get onto the seat and we forget about all the good people have done. And everything that she said, I think I found this most striking. That she's willing, determined to walk in the remarkable legacies that this honorable gentleman left. Indeed, he's joined the parliament above and where debates will continue. I think that all of us as members of parliament must take a cue and remember the good things that our predecessors did and honor the contributions of others who have had their bite in the public political space. And above all, Mr. Speaker, also be mindful that one day the principle of 6 feet will reduce us also to the same state. The Mason will say the grand level of all human greatness shall reduce us to the same state. I won't bore you, Mr. Speaker, since you don't have time. Then, Mr. Speaker, if we go to our friend who delivered a statement on tourism, for the first time, we are hearing of a colleague telling us about the potential in this area. Can all of us take turn to tell the world? Because when we meet here at this plenary, it's not only us, the world is watching us. Tell the world about what we have in our various communities. I agree with Honorable Member for Juju
I agree with the honorable member for Odododio when he commented the effect that these days we seem to have forgotten about our own backyard and we are exploring tourism elsewhere and adding on to the foreign exchange of other countries. Sometimes in our homes, because of the little pomp and ease, we even forget to speak our Ghanaian language with our kids. That in itself is dangerous. And Mr. Speaker, I must confess that recently I had occasion to reprimand my own daughter, and I cautioned her that don't speak back in English. Don't. Else you will not have the opportunity of going where you want to go. You stay here. It's sad. So, Mr. Speaker, we must market our own country. And having heard the Honorable Member for Sisala West talk about his constituency, I would say that Ifutu is right here. Its capital is Winneba. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, when the opportunity came, and with your support, I carried ECOWAS to Winneba. I wanted members of the sub-regional parliament to know that it doesn't only happen in Accra. So if you go to Winneba today, you would first meet the reconciliation runabout. J.B. Dankwa and Kwame Nkrumah posthumously reconciling with a handshake. So that is what we greet you with. Then you enter, you go and meet the Unity Square. Then from the Unity Square is the Osimpam Heritage Center. Then you turn westwards towards the police college. Down the coast, you see the beautiful beach with the ocean smiling at you with this sound, melodic sound, greeting you. And you see the Koshwa village. We are remembering the Ewe community that settled there and did dragnet the way, Mr. Speaker. They voted overwhelmingly for me. We've done nice Fisherman Square. And that is, you meet it there. Then you go and meet the Ofereni Kweja Square. These are all things that boost the tourism potential of the capital of the constituency. And above all, Mr. Speaker, apart from the Winneba Youth Choir with their choral music, we have the Winneba Masquerade Festival. We celebrate it 1st of January of every year. We started this since 1957, and we've been celebrating it. These are things that I'm sure not many people know, but today I'm letting the world know that on the 1st of January each year, they should not remain in their homes. They should come to Winneba after their 31st night prayer, and there they would enjoy the Winneba Masquerade Festival. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your kind opportunity, the audience, and we thank honorable members for a well-researched statement. I mean, particularly honorable member for Sisala West. I would want to read over the statement again, and I would make meaning out of it for future debate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me also thank members for the rich statement and comments and contributions. This happened to be the day for the products of the Guans. Those two a gentleman and a lady who made the statements are likely to be the offsprings of the Guans, which is a very large ethnic group in Ghana. One of the earliest settlers in the land called Ghana are the Guans. And that is why the Sisala sometimes understand the language of the Nzimas and the Nkunyas, and then the others. They are all from the Guan tribe, which is a tribe that moved in around the 700 AD towards the Savannah area. So you need to learn all this, and we'll create space for many members to do research and come out with rich statements so that we can correct the errors of history. What you have in your books as the history of this country, which is a myopic misrepresentation from political perspectives of what Ghana is. I've had time, I've read through, and I know a lot of Windy Bay which is now called Winneba. And so he's just giving you a bit of it. The pretense of our early founding fathers who said they were reconciling and that circle was done. But did they really reconcile? They polarized our politics. They introduced a bitterness, and that is still enslaving some of you. And you are carrying it along even to today. That should give way to a new Ghana. And so we will create this opportunity for you, and then let's correct the errors of the past. I'm happy today that there are some snipers and some encouraging statements from members about looking forward, not getting stuck, and not having a gridlock as we have in the country now. It's because of this gridlock that there's not much business before us. We can't move. And so we have space for you to make these statements. Let's solve that problem as the leaders of the country. We are only political leaders of the country. We have traditional leaders, we have spiritual leaders, and we have the media, as you rightly stated, the voice of the people. So there's a complete distribution of power. And so that power of voice is with the media. The political power is with us. And that is also divided into the executive power, which is handled by the executive. They execute, they implement. They are the agents we put to develop. But the main engine is this house, Parliament. Because we represent the people. They represent the state, not the people. That is why MPs, you are called representatives of the people. I have feedback. I have feedback. Senior Prefect, I have feedback. Yeah, so I know about that. So it's important for us to recognize this. Let's initiate the legislation. We have the power to make the law, not the executive. It's because of the weakness of Parliament that they were initiating most of the legislation. They have the opportunity, as stated in the Constitution, to do so. But that doesn't prevent us from initiating legislation in every area of our human life. It's some areas that when we initiate, we have to pass it through them. And those are the public bills, which must come to them. But we will make the law, not them. And so, in the case that you're talking about the media, let's look at the laws, let's revise them, let's strengthen the Media Commission, because I've been here since 1993, and every year we have a statement on the media. We're talking and shifting the ball of the blame on some other people. This House must legislate on it. So don't let's wait, and I'm directing the committee to take that up and get some of them to sponsor it. Parliament will be able to support you to reach out to the other stakeholders for us to relook at the laws that we passed earlier on in the early days of our democracy. And then make sure that what we want today is what is captured by the law. Then we all follow. So that we don't keep on changing our tongues depending on which seat you are seated. Okay? With this, I want to plead with all of you for us to stand up and give our former colleague the due respect by wishing him a very safe and peaceful passage. 1 minute silence, please. Honorable members, may the soul of the late Honorable James Van Levin Mensah and the soul of all faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. With this, I'm sure I have your kind permission to adjourn the House, and tomorrow I will not be available. I'll be busy trying to solve some problems to help the House move forward. And so my deputy will be presiding, as the second deputy speaker, for tomorrow. So, with your kind permission, unless you want us to adjourn to about 4, then I can be available. If not, from that time up to 4, I will not be available. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, there is nothing more useful on the floor, and there is no other competent parliamentary business to be considered for today. We would therefore say that we are entirely in your hands, save that adjournment should be taken subject to us coming back at 10 a.m. in accord with your directive for your second deputy to take the chair. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm with my honorable colleague on the other side, on the same, on his rendition. Just to add, that, Mr. Speaker, on last week, Friday, the chair gave a directive that the leadership, together with the Minister of Finance and the Administrator of Common Fund, should reconcile on the DA's local government committee, should reconcile the figures on the District Assembly Common Fund and report back to the House on Tuesday, next week Tuesday. But today is Thursday. So if the deputy leader, once we are adjourning, should take it, and tomorrow is our last working day, we must be able to convey that meeting and be able to generate a report so that Tuesday we will brief the chair that this is how far we've gone with it. I'm being hinted by the ranking member on local government that even the reporting day should have been Tuesday, the past Tuesday. So it's like we've not been able to do the assignment that was given to us. But still, if, Mr. Speaker, the leader, deputy leader will liaise with the ministers so that we can do that meeting and report back to House. So that every day the tension on release, non-release, variation of the figures of the District Assembly Common Fund will be brought to finality. So that is what I want to add. We are still in your hands, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the sentiment having been regularly communicated, same shall be conveyed. I thank you.
Honorable members, the information at my disposal, this is not to discourage the committee from doing their work. If something is not done within the next 3 months, government may not even be able to pay salaries. So we have to take leadership. We have to do a lot of things. With this, the House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 25th February 2022 at 10 o'clock in the phone. The House is adjourned.